Borodar Croeso Pawb. Good morning, everyone. My name is Martin Woodford. I'm chair of the Welsh Ambulance Services Trust. I'll be leading proceedings today, which are going out on Zoom and, of course, Facebook Live. As you will see from the background, Kate has kindly joined us to provide sign language interpretation for the first part of the meeting. Sadly, as her colleague is unavailable, the service will only be available up until around 10 a.m, 10:30, so we apologise for that. We will endeavour to ensure that service is fully provided next time. Before we go into the formal proceedings, I think a time for reflection is appropriate. Obviously, in the last few days, we've had the sad numeric of over 100,000 people passing away as a result of COVID across the United Kingdom as a whole, which is a somber reminder of the tragedy of this disease. And of course, last year we sadly lost Geraint Davies, a much loved colleague, to COVID. And in very recent times, earlier this month, also extremely sadly, we lost Paul Teasdale from Pontyclean, who was a much loved member of our team. And I'd particularly like just to pause to reflect upon him and his passing. Paul had a distinguished career with the South Wales Fire and Rescue Service before joining the ambulance service back in 2012, initially at Hawthorne in Mid Glamorgan, but later on became a call handler, as many of you will know, for our non-emergency patient transport service at Vantage Point House in Cwmbran. He's been described as rightly as a much loved member of the organisation and of the NEPS call handling team, and accolades such as the fact that he was a true gentleman, the heart of his department, I think richly deserved, and I know he will be much missed, sorely missed by colleagues within the department and across the whole of Team West. So at this time, obviously our thoughts are very much with him, his family and friends. So as a mark of respect, I would like us just, before we begin the proceedings, to reflect upon Paul's contribution and of others that have been lost. Thank you. Okay, thank you. So after that period of reflection, we'll now begin the formal meeting. Obviously, there are, as you'll see from the agenda, we need to go through certain formalities before we start the business. Firstly, to check for apologies. I have none received as of this morning, so unless Steve or a member of the team says otherwise, we'll not be recording apologies. Just pause there to double check that. Okay. Let's move on. I'd like to extend welcomes to a number of people for this meeting. Fleur Jones is joining us from Audit Wales, or has joined, as you'll see. She'll be presenting the annual audit report a bit further on the agenda. We have a number of staff colleagues joining us for our staff story a little further ahead, when we're reflecting upon the impact of COVID upon staff members, which I think is appropriate for today. So we have Gareth Thomas from our PECI team, Darren Panyas, who is an area operational manager, Catherine good win from our HR team, particular responsibility for the well-being of our staff. And Dean Messer and Aled Davis. Dean was a colleague of Geralt Davis, who of course we sadly lost, and Aled, his brother. They have a video which will be running and are available for questions. So we look forward to hearing from them a bit further on. A reminder that if you're looking in on this meeting, obviously we've been taking questions in advance, and we have a session which Estelle Hitchin will coordinate further on, where we'll endeavour to answer as many of those questions as we can. We'll try to pick up any questions that our audience post during the course of the meeting. I think we may have one question which is possibly best taken at one of our West Live sessions for staff further on, but we'll move on to that in due course. And a reminder before we proceed further, obviously there's a risk of background noise and so on. One of the risks for me today from home. So if you're not speaking, please mute. And I think the general encouragement is to keep the camera off unless you're about to contribute, just so that we can enjoy smooth proceedings. Please use, if you're a member of the board, please use the chat function or the hand function to signal if you want to contribute, so that I don't miss you. Okay, so I think that's the procedural stuff. We then move on. It seems to be a monopoly by me early on before I pass across to Jason. We'll move on to my introduction, if that's okay, before hearing from Jason with his CEO's report. I just wanted to do something slightly different this time, a little ad hoc, which is to talk about the things that I've been endeavouring to achieve over the last 2 months, because I think it's important that as chair that I actually stand back and consider the activities that I've undertaken and the value that they may or may not add. So I just wanted to give you a flavour of some of the things that have been happening. A lot of my time is, albeit in a virtual, on a virtual platform, looking outwards from the organisation. And that's very much about representing the organisation's interests, but also sharing experiences. And over the last 2 months, met with the Minister for Health and Social Services on 3 occasions. I think Jason probably the same number of times as well, with fellow chairs. And that's presented an opportunity to share experiences with the pandemic, sadly, more recently the vaccination programme, which is relevant to our staff, but also to highlight, importantly, the service pressures that we've been experiencing, particularly with handover delays, where we know there have been severe pressures out there for our staff. Members of the board have raised their concerns. I've written to the Minister formally, and we've had opportunity to impress our concerns at those meetings. Likewise, I've had a number of meetings with chairs as a group, as a peer group set of colleagues, and believe me, the issue of handover delays and the other aspects of our service have featured strongly in those meetings. We've also, Jason and I, with Estelle, have held a number of meetings with party leaders in the Senedd, Conservatives, Liberal Democrats and Plaid Cymru, an important forum to ensure that those members of the Senedd are up to speed on the challenges that we're facing, particularly with the elections forthcoming in the course of this year. So a lot of outward activity, which is about sharing, lobbying, if you like, and exchanging information and understanding. There's also a lot in the outward look about partnership working, and we are consistently, and I've attended recently, consistently attend what's called the North Wales Regional Leadership Board, which is a rare opportunity to come together with health colleagues from the Health Board, but also all the local authorities across North Wales and other public sector organisations to share our experiences. And needless to say, a lot of that discussion has been about the pandemic and its impact in the north of Wales. Also had a number of individual meetings with Health Board chairs and trust chairs across Wales. Perhaps a highlight was Jason and I met with the chair and CEO of Cardiff and Vale Health Board, one of the largest in Wales, as you would expect. That was really talking about partnership working and how we build services for the future that address many of the challenges that we face today. So these, I think, are important meetings that we need to continue. Also to highlight in terms of looking out was the fact that a lot of my time is also spent at events where trying to pick up best practice and learning from elsewhere, because I think that goes with the role. And the NHS Confederation is a particularly useful forum for that. So I've joined an all UK or all England and Wales chairs event, looking at the experiences of recent times and how we, I think the phrase is build back better, improve the service looking ahead when we come out of the pandemic. And as recently as yesterday, an NHS Confederation event in Wales looking at the new socio-economic duty for health bodies and others that apply from April of this year. So I think that learning piece is hugely important. I also regularly meet with our regulators, Health Inspectorate Wales with our Chief Executive, but also Audit Wales, and met recently with Fleur to talk about Audit Wales's activities for the forthcoming year, which we may hear about a bit further on. The other aspect of what I do, and I won't go into huge detail here, is to look inwards, and that's about a range of things. It's about visibility. It's about triangulating my understanding of what's going on by direct dialogue with people within the organisation, listening and learning, and taking things back into the board forum. So I regularly meet with our trade union partners on a monthly basis, our trade union partners on the board, and that's proving extremely beneficial. I joined the WAS Live sessions, which at the maximum run fortnightly or if not monthly, and those are a very useful vehicle for finding out what's happening and what the issues on the front line are. I also attend ceremonies, as you would expect with the chair's role, where I think we can record our appreciation for the efforts of our team. For example, the recent awards or attainment ceremony for our ambulance technicians, which ran very well. And also internally, obviously, there is all the business of the board. Perhaps the highlight of which has gone unseen largely thus far has been a recent workshop where we were looking ahead, because whilst we encounter the challenges of the pandemic, I think it's hugely important as a board that we look beyond this to think about where our services is going to be in the next 5 years, because it's important that we don't just go back to where we were, because if you recall, the winter of 2019 before the pandemic was one of the worst, the most difficult that we've experienced. So it's how we can develop our services with our partners in order to move on into something better. So I'll close with that thought, and I think a segue into your piece, Jason, because I was going to ask you on the back of that board strategy workshop in particular, if you could just pick up this theme of where you see us going with building our vision or ambition for the future. But I'll pass over to you for your report.
Thanks, Martin. So good morning, everyone. Perhaps then I'll just take a couple of minutes, Martin, on that before I move into the Chief Executive's report. So as you've said and trailed, we've had a couple now of board development sessions focusing particularly on developing our strategy through to 2030. Colleagues on the board will remember that we published our strategy Delivering Excellence about 18 months or so ago, and what we're now doing is developing the next layer, if you like, of granularity about how we mobilise that. And of course, some of that work has been delayed and impacted by the pandemic over the last year. We're very much in a place where we've begun early discussions to engage our commissioner, so the Chief Ambulance Service Commissioner, in that future vision, and also connecting how we see the future of our service delivery, not only for our people but also importantly for our patients, tailored around their needs, with care in the community closer to home, tailored to the individual patient's need. That's obviously consistent with the aspirations of a healthier Wales. Capitalises on the existing 5-step model in terms of the emergency medical service, but seeks to integrate much closer and much further both the 111 service that we operate nationally, with accepting there's 2 health boards still to go live, and perhaps we'll hear more about that later, and also the 999 service. So bringing together the front end entry point, smoothing the path for patients and making access to care easier, essentially creating a gateway to care at the front end of urgent care for the NHS in Wales. So much more of that to come. We've got a further board development session next month, and we look forward to, I think, finalising how we describe that ambition then, and beginning to engage fully with patients, with the community and key stakeholders on that path, on that journey. So hopefully, Martin, that covers off kind of the strategy ambition for the purposes of today. If I then turn to the report, so in the papers, as usual, in the usual fashion, I'll just highlight a couple of points if I can from the report, and then happily take any questions on that at the end. So this covers the period since the last report on the 26th of November. Last two dot points in the summary at paragraph 3 I'll just draw out. So it's been pleasing to be able to go and see new colleagues joining us through the pandemic. Of course, this is in a COVID safe and secure training environment, not only for urgent care colleagues but also for paramedics and indeed emergency medical technicians joining us as part of the growth that we've seen in this financial year from the first phase of the demand and capacity review. And I'm pleased to be able to confirm to the board that we have recruited the target growth this year of 136 additional new people over and above turnover and vacancies to grow the service, which is great news. In addition to that, I also had the opportunity to visit some colleagues which have joined us through the pandemic. So this is a new service that we've been operating, the mobile testing units, and I was able to go and see one of those teams actively deployed in a testing centre in Merthyr last year, and see the great work that they are doing as part of the whole system team in managing prevalence of the virus through community testing. So that's great news. Also, what I would like to perhaps spend a couple of minutes on, unusually here, is the number of awards and the recognition that we've publicly received, not only as an organisation, but individuals and teams have received since we last met. So those with access to the papers will be able to see that there's been a number of external awards, regional and local ones, which the service or individuals within the service have been able to receive, and that's great to see recognition for the fantastic work that individuals and teams are doing, growing our reputation and improving the service that we offer to the communities that we serve. So well done to those that have picked up awards in the Western Telegraph Healthcare Awards, the South Wales Argus Awards and the Health Business Awards. But I do want to pay particular mention to 5 colleagues that were honoured in the Queen's New Year Honours List this year. So this is the single largest, or the largest single kind of clutch of recipients that we've had in this prestigious honours system. So the Queen's New Year's Honours this year saw 5 colleagues in WAST receive honours. So that's paramedic Nick Wolfe and Sharon Thorpe were awarded British Empire medals. Chris Powell from our 111 service became a member of the Order of the British Empire, receiving an MBE, and Claire Langshaw and our Director of Operations Lee Brooks were also awarded Queen's Ambulance medals. So I think it's right, Martin, that we note in the minutes and the board recognises the honour that those 5 colleagues have received in the New Year's Honours List, and we very much congratulate them on those awards. Now, turning to the pandemic, we'll hear later from Lee Brooks a presentation on the agenda about our learning from the first wave of the pandemic and how we've applied that in the second wave. But it is right that I report to the board that in December we did declare a critical incident as a result of pressure that we were under. We did move to REAP for extreme pressure, and we did see, as you've trailed, Martin, significant delays in handover, a significant rise in abstractions, a rise in activity related to the pandemic, and as a result of that, regrettably, many patients waiting much longer than we would have liked in the community. as a result of that, and indeed the plans that we already had in place, saw us bring in military assistance and deploy other measures. But it is right that I formally report to the board that we did move to REAP 4 in December. We did have high levels of escalation with our demand management plan, which Lee will cover in the presentation later. And we did deploy additional measures to maintain service to immediately life-threatened patients and others. So moving through the report, if I can turn to page 4 now, paragraph 19, I just want to draw out here for board members significant activity that's going on in the estates team. We've now got projects and plans agreed and underway in Aberaeron, in Cardiff, in Kumbulla, and in Matrix 1 and in Matrix for the training school replacement. So these are projects which have been on the books for a while. Again, activity has been delayed as a result of the pandemic through 2020, but it is really pleasing to see that we've got estates refresh work underway in some of these areas where we've got pressure in our estate. So it's right, I think, that we recognise the great work that the estates team are doing, and also the multiple schemes that they are managing at the same time. They're reported in paragraph 19. Moving forward, if I can, to paragraph 27. So this just formally notes that the progress of the EMS demand and capacity review. I've mentioned already the growth in the in the 2021 financial year, 136 additional whole times in the EMS service, which have been recruited and largely deployed now. And we're in active conversation with commissioners now about the settlement for the 21-22 period, where we expect to see further growth. The scale of that yet to be determined. Moving down to 39 and 40. This just touches on what I've already said around the pandemic and reports to the board the military assistance that was deployed in the week immediately prior to Christmas and still stays with us now. So that's something in the order of 80 soldiers, comprising a large element from the 9th Royal Logistics Corps, and also a small number of combat medical technicians. They are still with us now and actively deployed in support of frontline services. So I just want to, I guess, pay tribute to and thank colleagues from the military, but also from the fire and rescue services across Wales, who are also supporting us with a small number of non-emergency ambulance drivers. And Lee will say more about that later on. Two final points in the ops section I just want to draw out, and I'll invite Lee in a second to add some detail on our volunteering strategy. So the clinical team leader review at paragraph 49, colleagues will remember that we had a long-standing issue with the role of team leaders. This goes back many years and hasn't been settled in a satisfactory way for a range of reasons. We did, and the board will be familiar with the fact that we reached agreement with trade union partners and team leaders substantively appointed in those roles at the back end of the last calendar year, and that took effect from the 1st of January this year. So that is now settled, with two new roles created: a duty operations manager or operational manager and a senior paramedic role now available. And then the final area I just want to touch on in the ops section before I invite Lee to come in is on the NEPS demand and capacity review. So a similar exercise here underway in the NEPS service that we've looked at with the EMS, the Emergency Medical Service. So non-emergency patient transport, NEPS, undertaking planned activity across Wales to take patients to clinics and so on. That work is now completed, has been delayed a little bit as a result of the pandemic, but is now completed, and we'll be working through the governance mechanisms that already exist with commissioners, the recommendations from that review. So Lee, can I just invite you to talk a bit about the volunteering strategy before I move on to my two final points before I conclude? And simply, Chairman, this is because we've heard in the board quite a bit about the great work that volunteers do across the organisation day in, day out, and we want to strengthen that, not only in recognition of the volunteers, but also how we can support them in the role that they undertake, and our volunteering strategy is very much designed to do that. So Lee, over to you.
Bore da, diolch. The volunteer strategy was deprioritised as a direct consequence of the pandemic response. However, our volunteers agreed and were willing to continue efforts on developing the volunteering strategy as well as its accompanying action plan, and periodically we've been checking in on the progress of that. So I am hopefully looking forward to being able to bring a strategy and action plan to board in the early part of the next financial year, given the contribution once again from our volunteers themselves. Today I'd actually would like to thank our executive management team, who, in support of what I think is very likely to be one of our year one ambitions within the new strategy, and that's the decision that we will be proceeding to provide items of uniform to our volunteers. I think this is a great step forward for us as we demonstrate our commitment to volunteering within the organisation, and of course provide our volunteers the tools to do what it is that they do for the organisation. So this is a wonderful action that I think reinforces our one Team WAST, and I look forward to that uniform rolling out in the coming months.
Okay, good stuff. Thanks, Lee. Two final points then, Martin, if I can, and then take questions in the last couple of minutes. So putting things right, paragraph 71, as ever through the winter period, as I've already touched on, exacerbated by the pandemic, we have seen a rise in delays to less serious patients, and as a result of that, an increase in concerns. And I just want to put on record the fantastic work that the Putting Things Right team have been doing with achieving compliance for 2-day acknowledgement of those concerns, despite a situation where we've seen increasing activity in that team. And then the final point for me is on paragraph 86 around COVID immunisation. The latest figure this morning being reported internally is that 2,925 of our frontline staff have been vaccinated with their first dose. That figure may be slightly out of date because there is a bit of a lag in terms of the data being provided, and sufficient capacity, as we've already reported, sufficient capacity has been made available for all of our frontline staff to receive a first dose of the vaccine should they choose to avail themselves of it. And we're very much encouraging everyone to take up the offer of the vaccine delivery. So really good work here that the team, the vaccine delivery group internally, have delivered from a standing start only 3 or 4 weeks ago to achieve to be well on the way to achieving the lion's share of our frontline staff having been vaccinated. And as I say, importantly, sufficient capacity in terms of slots or bookings for appointments have been made available for all of our people in that frontline group to receive the first dose of the vaccine should they want to. So Martin, I'll pause there if I can, and happy to take any questions or observations from colleagues.
Thank you, Jim. It's a really comprehensive report and introduction. I think we've got Kevin Davis, our Vice Chair, who wants to come in, and then Paul Hollard, one of our non-executive directors. Kevin, you're on mute, I think.
First one of the day. I beg your pardon. Thanks to Jason and Lee. And I just want to make a particular point as chair of charitable funds, and having been involved in the volunteer strategy somewhat with Lee on the uniform for CFRs in particular. I think from a non-executive independent point of view, this is welcome. It promotes the WAST brand. It ensures our volunteers are seen as part of the family. I think that's an important message. I think the other important thing is to note that they are not providing paramedicine. They are providing 21st century first aid in a way that makes our communities more resilient. at a time when people in our communities are, at their most needy. So I think there's something in that. So the investment for me is really welcome. And I think, from a charitable funds committee point of view, we're looking, and Chris will know this, Chris Turley will know this, our Director of Finance, we are looking to assist our CFR community in the way they account for their charitable funds. And the expense of the old uniform, that we can call it now, was probably not justifiable in the long term in spending such an amount of money. It's very expensive, spending such an amount of money that's derived from charitable giving. So this is a really welcome move forward. And I think, there's a number of things, aren't there? There are the opportunity for a resilient Wales in this area. And also, the younger CFRs are probably looking for a career in the organisation as well. And it's a really good way of welcoming them into the family and the profession. So very welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. I think that's extremely well made, very helpful. I'll pass across to Paul Hollard.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Really good, comprehensive report, Jason. Just wanted to pick out a couple of things that, for me, were highlights. One was our increased uptake of staff with the flu vaccine, and I just wonder if that's related to the COVID vaccine. But we've made more strides this year than in previous years, which is really good for members of our staff, but also the families and friends of those staff. And the second one is just to recognise the achievements of the Education and Training Department. They've had a significant workload this year, particularly in terms of recruitment, training, some of our non-WASC colleagues, etc. And they've also had the verification visits, which they've satisfied and achieved. So I think it's a good shout out to that team and the difficult circumstances and the achievements they've made.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. I mean, I agree with you on the training team. As I've trailed before, they've done great work in redesigning the delivery of education this year, and as you've just mentioned, have received glowing reports. I think, Claire, from 3 recent verification visits that the team have had across the range of products or sessions that they have. On flu, I don't know if Andy Swinburne, you want to just comment perhaps on why we've seen, or why we think we've seen, improved uptake this year?
Yeah, thanks for that, Jason. Well, ultimately, I think it's probably multifactorial. I think you're right, Paul. There probably has been a bit of a COVID effect. People recognising, God forbid, if they were to be susceptible to COVID and the flu, then that isn't going to bode well for their short and long-term health. But I also think it's probably building on the progress we made last year. As you'll recall, we saw some progress last year in terms of engaging with the workforce and bringing that uptake on. And there was significant amount of learning from last year in terms of that engagement process, and recognising that when we do some of the strategies we had for that engagement then led to people taking the vaccine. And I think that what's been really pleasing for me is not just the headline figure in terms of increase, but it's that people that haven't had the vaccine before now starting to have the vaccine and recognising the benefits of vaccination. In fairness, we have seen a little bit of a tailing off now coming towards the end, but we are coming towards the end of the flu season. But also there is a lot of feedback for staff wanting to hold back on a vaccine, because obviously they can't have the flu vaccination and the COVID vaccination in close proximity to each other. So we have seen people kind of hold back a little bit in recent weeks, wanting to ensure that they were ready for the COVID vaccine when that became available. But no, it is a pleasing uptake, and one I hope we can build on next year.
Thanks, Andy. Great.
I think we have one more question, which is from Bethel Evans, one of our non-executive directors.
Thank you, Chair. Jason, I just want to make 2 very quick comments before I ask my question. You've already highlighted these, but I think it's worth acknowledging again. I think the congratulations are well made for all those staff with the various awards and the recognition in the New Year's Honours list. That's quite an achievement, and it's wonderful to see people's hard work and efforts being rewarded and celebrated. My second comment was around the putting things right, which again you've drawn attention to, but I am delighted to see that the performance has been exceptional last month despite the various challenges, and we are on an improving trajectory which is consistent, and we continue in that month on month. So again, a very big well done to the team. My question is in relation to paragraph 51, which is the British Red Cross and the initiative that we've recently started, whereby they're supporting not just our staff, but the patients our staff are supporting at some of the hospital sites. You've drawn attention to the significant hospital handover delays. So obviously the Red Cross providing this additional support is invaluable in terms of the well-being of our staff and patients. Just wondered if there's a plan to roll that initiative out to more hospital sites across Wales.
Okay, thanks, Bethan. I'll probably invite Lee to comment on the detail of that in terms of the coverage nationally that that scheme's got.
Yeah, thank you. So the sites that we have available at present are really as a consequence of where our Red Cross partners had capacity. And so we've very much been driven by the ability for Red Cross themselves to provide that additional resource in order to support this initiative. So I think we're certainly seeing this continue through at these sites for the rest of this financial year. And of course, what we'll seek to do during this period is undertake the evaluation to help inform perhaps whether this is something that can continue, might be a seasonal activity, etc. So I think that's probably where we're likely to head, at least to the end of the financial year with these sites, evaluate the impact and then take some decisions from there.
Brilliant, thank you. Thank you all.
Okay, I don't think we have any more questions. I'm conscious of the time because at this rate it'll be a late finish, but I think the questions reflect, Jason, a lot of interest in your report, which, as I said, very comprehensive, rightly giving plaudits for awards and other things, so very well received. We're simply asked to note the report, I believe, so I can't see nods, but I'm assuming that unless anybody says otherwise, we're happy to do so. Before we move, Martin, is that a late question? Martin Turner, who's one of our non-executive directors.
Yes, can you hear me? I'm not sure if okay. My question is about the vaccination programme. I just wanted to ask, have we got staff who are refusing the vaccination, particularly frontline staff, because I understand it is a voluntary position that staff can decide to take it or not. My concern is that because they're frontline staff and they may be refusing the vaccination, does that, I suppose my second question, if there are such staff, is it posing a risk to the community that we serve if our staff decide not to get vaccinated?
Yeah, okay, thanks, Martin. So yes, you're right, it is entirely a voluntary situation where staff have a choice about whether they take the vaccination or not, but of course, as I've mentioned, we are strongly encouraging everyone to take it up. I'll invite Claire Vaughan, who's been the exec lead for the vaccine delivery programme, just to comment on uptake and refusals, please.
Thanks, Jason. Thanks for the question, Martin. I think, yes, as Jason says, it is voluntary and we can't enforce it. We're not actually collecting data at this point in time on people who are refusing, but what we are doing is promoting and providing information to our staff and our frontline staff to encourage them at all opportunities to take up the opportunity of having their first dose as quickly as possible. Our discussions with our trade union partners around this have been really constructive and very helpful in pointing us to some of the concerns that are coming from our staff and some of the myths that need busting. In the same way as we talked earlier about the flu vaccine, there are some concerns and hesitancies around the COVID vaccine. So we are working as a team and with occupational health now to get some further advice and guidance out there just to reassure people around the risks and getting the vaccine. So we are at 70% today, as Jason's already said. We are going up steadily every single day. So I think, if there are people out there who are choosing to, not have the vaccine at this point in time, we have asked them to make themselves aware, make us aware so that we know and we can support them. but it is an ongoing piece, and we'll have a much better picture now in the next couple of weeks when we get through everybody. And, you know, we can take a look then at understanding the barriers, but it is a personal choice issue, and sometimes it's about making an informed personal choice, isn't it?
Okay, thanks, Claire.
I think that's one we'll need to stay close to. Very much a moving picture, but a very valid question, which I think we'll pursue outside the meeting. So having received the report, are we happy to move on? I'm conscious of time. I guess we could have predicted in a sense, because there's so much in your report, Jason, but useful discussion. Before we head across the staff story, my failing memory has omitted to cover direct declarations of interest. Before we get into further business, I'll do that. So we have the standing declarations, which are on the agenda, which we note. Are there any other declarations of interest before we go any further? Okay, so let's move on. So we now move across to our staff story, which obviously is one of the most important.
Martin, I'm going to be leaving now, so the interpretation is going to end at this point.
Thank you, Kate, for your efforts. Do appreciate it. It's quite a strain as a solo mission, so we look forward to seeing two colleagues next time.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Take care.
Okay, so for the patient story item, I'll ask Estelle Hitchen, one of our executive directors, to take the lead on this item, if you could. I think you can compare far better than myself.
Thank you, Martin, if only that were true. Good morning, everybody. My name is Estelle Hitchon. For those of you who don't know me, I'm the Director of Partnerships and Engagement here at the Welsh Ambulance Service. As Martin said at the top of the meeting, really important staff and patient experience stories coming through this morning. Very apt, as we sadly, as Martin said, and we remembered earlier on in the meeting, lost another member of staff last week to this very cruel disease. So this morning we're going to hear from a couple of members of our staff and about their experience of the pandemic. There will be a video, fingers crossed we can get the technology to work, so all of us pray for that, please. But first of all, we're going to hear some feedback, good, bad and indifferent, from some of our patients who have obviously experienced our care throughout the pandemic. And for this element, I'm going to hand over to Gareth Thomas, who's from our patient experience and community involvement team, who's got a couple of slides, I think, Gareth, fingers crossed again that the technology works. And can just share some feedback from the sort of experiences that our patients have had during the pandemic, because obviously that's our job here to serve our patients. So Gareth, I'll hand over to you if I may. Thank you. Thanks, Estelle. Yeah, morning everyone. Before handing over to hear directly from some of our staff about their experiences of working through the pandemic, I'm just going to talk for a couple of minutes about some experiences that we've heard from our patients and our service users about what it's been like for them receiving care and services from us as an organisation. So as a patient experience team, throughout the course of the pandemic, we have continued to engage with our patients and our service users to ensure that we maintain those trusted relationships that we've developed with many communities over a number of years, but also to ensure that as an organisation, we continue to have that broader picture about what our patients and our service users are saying about what it feels like to be on the receiving end of services that we're providing. So I am just going to attempt to share my screen so you can so hoping you can see those. So it's just two slides that I'm going to talk through really quickly. This first slide contains some really positive examples of interactions between our staff and our service users. And even though there are only 4 examples that you can see on the screen there, I'm not going to read each of those out aloud to you. I'll let you all kind of just read through those as I'm speaking. But these are just 4 examples out of many that we have received over the past couple of months, talking about the care and the support that our staff have provided to our patients and service users. And you'll see just by reading those 4 that are on your screen there,
that the type of feedback that we're receiving from our patients talks about our staff providing care that is kind and caring and compassionate. It talks about our staff recognising them as individuals and providing care that is dignifying for them and their families and their loved ones. Over the course of the pandemic, we've also kind of received a lot more feedback from people who are telling us that they think our staff are going above and beyond, that our staff are selfless and dedicated in continuing to be available to provide care and help to them in the community when they need it. As I said, what you can see on the screen is just you know, a small example, but a typical example of the kind of positive kind of feedback that we're receiving at the moment. So not wanting to detract from any of that positiveness in any way, but just to offer a more balanced view. Naturally, we have also received comments and feedback and stories from our patients and service users that is less complimentary. But again, I won't read all of those examples out to you. But if you have a little look through them, I think what's interesting is that rarely do we see feedback coming into us that talks about the care that our staff have provided in a negative way. The more negative feedback that we receive, it tends to talk about the processes that surround the care that we're delivering to patients. It talks about processes to access care that people find difficult to navigate. It talks about long delays to get through on telephone lines, delays to hand over at hospitals once we've actually gotten someone to a hospital. So talking and more about those elements that surround the care that we're providing to people, as opposed to the care that our staff are actually delivering directly to patients. Interestingly as well, I think if you look through a couple of those comments there, even though people are feeling the need to tell us that something hasn't quite gone right for them when they've been accessing services that we're providing to them, people do recognise that at the moment there is this increased pressure within the system, there is increased demand, and that is causing these issues for people. However, people are still telling us that despite this increased pressure, they still expect us to be able to deliver a service that's meeting their expectation and is meeting their need. And so just to finish, just to kind of provide some assurance to the board that we aren't just collecting this information and doing nothing with it. On all of the positive pieces of feedback that we receive, we do make sure that that's fed back directly to the staff involved. We think that's really important, that they hear those really positive pieces of feedback. And all of the feedback that's received, whether it's positive or whether it's negative, we do collate that, we look at that, we try to identify themes and trends within that to kind of look at areas of best practice, to identify areas of learning and areas where there is some potential for quality improvement, and that we will then work with teams appropriately within the organisation to share that information and to look at how we can work with them to improve the services that are being delivered. So I'll finish there, Estelle, and hand back to you.
Thank you very much, Gareth, and I'm sure you'll be removing those slides from the screen in a second. If I can ask board members, I'm sure they've already got questions, but if I can ask board members just to hold those until we get to the end of this segment, that would be really, really helpful. I'd like to hand over now to Darren Panyas. So Darren is one of our senior leaders working in the Aneurin Bevan Health Board area. Darren himself has recovered from COVID, and I'll invite Darren to tell you his story because he'll tell it far better than I will. Over to you, Darren. Thank you.
Thanks, Estelle. Thanks to the board for allowing me to come on today and obviously talk about my story. It all began, I suppose, early March 2020, where I woke one morning and I was experiencing some significant sort of muscle cramps, lower back, hips, lower legs. I just put it down to the fact that I'd been exercising quite rigorously over the previous days. I didn't think about COVID because the symptoms we were told to look out for were obviously a temperature, a cough, and breathing problems. So I didn't think anything of it. One thing that does spring to mind is that after I'd had a shower one morning, it was a Monday morning before I came to work, I did say to my wife, "Oh, I won't buy this deodorant again because I can't smell it." And Kath, my wife, said to me, "Well, that's strange because, you know, I can smell it quite strongly." And I didn't think anything of that. Went into work on the Monday morning, and within an hour, Catherine had phoned me back and said, "Look, there's information that's now come out of China, which identifies a loss of sense of smell and taste." Obviously, that concerned me because I was working from an operational station. I was working from a shared office. So I booked myself in for a test at Llanfrecfr Grange. I was told to self-isolate, obviously, until I had the results. And 2 days later, I had the news that I had a positive diagnosis. So again, you know, I feel a bit of a fraud, really, because apart from the muscle aches, I had no other symptoms. I had no cough, I had no temperature, and you know, I self-isolated for 2 weeks. I worked from home, continued with my work, and you know, when I felt better and the muscle aches had gone, then I returned to work. Following that, a month later, I had a letter from Welsh Bloods. I give blood quite regularly, and they asked me if I would like to take part in the trial to give convalescent plasma. And what that is just they take your blood, they take your plasma, and they give it to patients who are on ITU because the plasma contains antibodies, and hopefully, you know, my plasma was used to help somebody who was suffering on ITU. Hopefully they recovered from. So that was around the May time. And of course, you know, I think from my point of view, and having the virus and having to live with my family, my wife, my 2 children, and worrying about whether they were going to pick it up from me. Fortunately enough, I had a spare bedroom that I could work from. And fortunately enough, they didn't pick it up. So what that made me think of really was about how my leadership style would change slightly. And I'm an advocate of the great work that Professor Michael West does with the King's Fund, in particular compassionate leadership. And you know, I wanted to sort of try and relate to my team to make sure that we supported our staff as much as we can, because I know they're working on the front line and the worry about contracting the virus, taking it home to their families, and perhaps, you know, they may be carers of their parents or their children, and that is quite worrying, and it can cause anxiety. So it was about us as a team ensuring that the leadership we provided to our people was that one of support, reassurance, and being there to answer any questions they had, really. And I think we're very fortunate in the organisation that we have, you know, the executive pandemic team, the senior pandemic team, and the local pandemic teams that continually work to provide us with up-to-date SOPs, policies, action cards that we work to try and keep our people safe, you know, on a daily basis. And I suppose that's my story, Estelle.
Thank you very much, Darren. I'm sure we'll have some questions for you when we get to the end of the segment. So moving on, Chair, I'm going to invite Dr. Catherine Goodwin, who's our occupational psychologist, and is currently down in Matrix House in Swansea. Now, I understand the IT might be a little bit ropey down there, so we have a number of people in the room appropriately socially distanced and ventilated and masked, but there may be a bit of a moving feast in terms of people getting closer to the screen or further away from the screen. So just so you know that. Catherine, you're going to introduce the next item, which does involve a video, everybody, so fingers crossed that this works. Over to you, Catherine. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Estelle. So as Estelle said, I'm Catherine Goodwin and I head up the workplace wellbeing for Welsh Ambulance, and I feel very privileged here today to be joined by 2 of our paramedics who've been profoundly impacted by the COVID pandemic. So as you know, we sadly lost one of our members of staff last year, and I'm joined today by Geralt Davis's brother, Alan Davis, and also Geralt's crewmate, Dean Messer, who was also very unwell at the same time. I feel very humbled that both of them have allowed us to film them talking about their experiences, and very pleased to be able to share Dean's video with you here today.
Right, apologies for that slight hiatus. I think we are just getting the audio sorted on that video because I think most of us couldn't hear it. So if you can just bear with us for 2 seconds, we'll get that sorted. I always worry about IT gremlins, but I think we're back there.
My name is Dean Messer. I'm an operational paramedic here for WAST. My experience is 31 years at the moment operationally. I'm currently based in Swansea, supporting the educational team and the Swansea University. On the 31st of March last year, I contracted COVID. So it started off with mild symptoms with a headache, shortness of breath, generally feeling quite lethargic. I thought I was having some cold flu type symptoms. Those symptoms then started to become much worse as the days were getting on. It became apparent then that something wasn't quite right. During that first week, when I started to develop the symptoms, I got in touch with Gerard, and we were texting back and forth because at that particular time he let me know that he was absolutely fine, so I couldn't really understand. I kind of lost touch with him then after a little while because my symptoms become much worse. The shortness of breath, I was kind of gasping for breath. I was thinking, I'm going to go to bed here and I'm not going to wake up again. I think ultimately in the back of my mind was, if I'm going to be admitted into hospital, I'm probably not going to come back out. My colleagues were in regular contact with me again. They were obviously concerned about me. They came to the house several times. They could see me through the window. And I felt, right, okay, if I can get through these first few days or this week, then maybe I'll get through this. Symptoms were still the same, still short of breath, still struggling. I wasn't eating. I was drinking very little fluid. I started writing some letters to my children because if I go to bed and I never wake up, at least I've got something that they can read. After about, I would say, 8th or 9th day, I started to improve. I wouldn't say I started to feel myself, but I could seem to be on top of it then. But I felt in myself that I may have turned the corner a little bit here because I was starting to feel a little bit more like myself, and I wanted to start eating things then. So I started off on light foods and drunk lots of water, and that made a difference. I seemed to have gained a little bit of energy. People were coming to see me through the window. that was a good help, certainly for my mental health and well-being. It was nice to see somebody, and I thought, right, okay, I think we're over the worst here. And that progressed, and each day then I was becoming much weller. The process then of knowing that sadly Gerald didn't make it, he was admitted into hospital and sadly passed away, impacted on me in a big way. I couldn't digest the fact that, okay, here we're in a scenario where two colleagues work together. It seems that we both contracted COVID together. I'm guessing we went through this symptomatic journey together. And at the end of it, I seem to have come out the other end. And sadly, Gerald didn't, and he passed away. And I couldn't understand that at all. I couldn't work out why me? And that took a long time. And I thought, well, this is affecting my well-being, this is affecting my mental health. And I felt I'm going to need an outside influence here to help me. I was always that person at the back of the class in a well-being or mental health meeting who thought, okay, yeah, there we are, not really taking much notice. But really, this is so powerful, because without the wellbeing team, without their help, without their structure, that's got me back to where I am, because I was in such a dark place and I felt as if I was on a bit of a roller coaster ride and just couldn't get off that roller coaster. It was just going round and round, and I couldn't find a way in getting off it. But with the help of the wellbeing team, we structured everything. I followed the program, which I found extremely helpful, and it's got me to where I am today. I'm still not there, but I'm massively in a much better place now to where I was a few months ago.
Thank you. I think we'll all agree that we're very privileged to hear Dean's story there. Catherine, I'm not sure, before I turn to questions, whether you want to very briefly talk about the work of the wellbeing team, or whether you'd rather us go straight to questions.
I can say a few words about that. So at the moment, we've noticed a huge increase in uptake in calls to our services and requests for input, and we're responding as flexibly as we can. We're able to provide drop-in sessions for people. We're able to make visits to stations if that's appropriate, and we're continuing to expand our service as much as possible. But I imagine there are quite a few questions, so I'll be quiet now.
Thank you, Catherine. So Martin, very happy now to take any questions. I'm sure our participants are too, from board members. Can I ask that you put them in the chat, and then I'll repeat them on screen for those members of the public and stakeholders who are watching us either on Zoom or on Facebook. So can I invite somebody to get the ball rolling?
I think Jason wants to come in there at the end, but let's invite questions from board members ahead of that.
Crikey, I think stunned into silence.
Well, that may well be the case, given the.
So I've got Joga, and I think I've got Pevin. So you were both very quick off the button there. So Joga, can I come to you first, and then Kevin second, if you don't mind? Thanks, Joga.
Yeah. Thanks, Sal. Sorry, I wasn't sure if you wanted us to type in the questions or just kind of say if we had a question. So thank you. Yeah, there's a few comments really. First of all, condolences to Gerald's family and what they've gone through. Wishing you all the best, and it could be a difficult time. And listen to Dean's story. It's tricky for colleagues, so it's great that we've got a resource like Catherine and the wellbeing team. Couple of questions directed at Catherine first, and then a comment about the kind of patient experience, if I can. First of all, Catherine, are you finding that the awareness of this resource that we've got within WAST of a wellbeing team, is that well publicized within the team, so everyone in WAST or most people know that we've got this resource? If they're having difficult issues, they can come, and where they can go and how they can access it?
I hope so. I think there's still pockets of our service that we're not reaching and perhaps aren't fully aware of what we're able to offer. I think that the advent of Teams and the iPads has helped enormously, and we're building up our peer development support network at the moment, so I think that will grow. I think the more that people like Dean and Aled are able to talk about how helpful the service has been to them, I think the more likely we are to spread the news that we can offer support. So I think it is growing, but I think we've still got a way to go to ensure people feel safe enough to reach out and be able to get support early on, really.
Great. And do we offer any online support for those colleagues that sometimes feel reluctant? And I've come across people that sometimes feel that trying to get this type of support doesn't, for whatever reason, reflect well, and they would prefer something a bit more of a anonymous support. I don't know, do we have something online where it may not be to the extent that you're able to assist, but something that can still help them if they feel uncomfortable in approaching you personally?
Yeah, yes. One of the advantages or one of the good things that have come out of the pandemic is the growth of services and the way that they're delivered. So Silver Cloud Online CBT is available to everybody in Wales, not just our service. And there's two versions of it. So there's one which is where you can have a coach, and so there's less anonymity, or you can access it independently. Also, as part of the NHS employers offer, there's a tech service which is anonymous, and it's 24 hours a day, and people can use that. And I know people have reached out to that when they've needed it and found it incredibly supportive, because it is hard to pick up the phone sometimes. It is hard to ask for face-to-face support. So there are different mediums.
Great, thank you. And then finally, a quick comment about the patient experience. It's great that we're getting some positive feedback, and it's great for our staff to know that when they are helping people, to acknowledge that. And I think it's just as equally important that we do encourage patients and the communities that we serve to give us feedback when things go wrong. And we are shown that we are taking that on board and looking to improve. So I think that's really good and constructive to be pushing for that. Thank you, Sal. Thank you, Catherine.
Thanks, Joga. So the questions now coming in thick and fast. So Kevin, you next, and then Beth, and I'll be coming to you. So Kevin.
Yeah, thanks, Estelle. Some really powerful stuff there. On Gareth's short presentation, again, I think there's a couple of things there, aren't there? There are some things that the organisation needs to look at to develop the service and meet expectation. But there's also, Gareth has also highlighted that there are system pressures, and we are part of a system that we will need to be engaging with far more fully. And there are a number of work strands at Welsh Government level and system level looking to try and resolve as far as possible in the short and the long term those issues. On Dean's piece there, I mean, that was just really powerful. And colleagues might not know that Gareth was also a long-serving member of St John. So two fantastic All Wales organisations have lost a true sort of stalwart there. And the power of what Dean was saying was really important. I just wonder, Catherine, and I'm glad Claire has said in the chat about picking this up of People and Culture Committee. Do you envisage a capacity issue going forward? And it kind of picks up on Nathan's point as well, I guess. Is there a bow wave where capacity might not really be able to meet the need? do you have a comment on that?
Yeah, I think we do need to expand. We do need to continue to respond to the growing need. I also think within Wales the services are growing too, so it doesn't feel like it's just us. It feels like there's Wales-wide support. But yes, I think we are at a point where we need to really think about expanding our service. Thanks,
Estelle.
Thanks, Kevin. And Nathan Holman, one of our TU representatives on the board, raised that very point in the chat that we as the board members can see. And Nathan, I hope that answers the question for you. I know Nathan made the point that at the moment staff are so busy that perhaps they're not focused as much on their well-being, and that hit will come later. Hopefully when things have settled a little, and that's the bow wave I think you and Evan were talking about. So Bethan, if I can bring you in at this point, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Estelle. When the video stopped playing, I was a little shell-shocked, if I'm honest, so I was a little slow in asking to come in. Dean's video, to say that it was impactful, I think is an understatement. I think if anybody wasn't deeply affected by that, there's something seriously wrong. And for all those people that are doubting the seriousness and the far-reaching consequences of COVID, then that completely dispels all of those myths. I just wanted to thank Dean for making that video and for sharing it with us and with other people, I'm sure. I think it's really, really important. I don't underestimate how difficult it would have been for you, Dean, to film that video, because we could see the emotion coming through, and given the journey you've been on and the link with Gerallt, and obviously Gerallt being very well at the start, I can only imagine how difficult that was for you after you recovered. But thank you ever so much for sharing that, and I wish you the very best to get back to your usual self on your journey. It was a huge credit as well to Catherine, to you and your team, for all of the support that you're providing people, and that's wonderful for us as board members to see. And I do think that longer term, as Kevin was saying, you know, perhaps there could be more and more people reaching out for that support. Often we carry on when the challenges are still present. It's only when they ease do we suddenly let our defences down and realise the impact something's had on us. So thank you for your ongoing support to all of the workforce. Can I just mention quickly as well around Darren's a conversation with us earlier, and the one phrase that he used was compassionate leadership, and for me that really struck a chord. And despite your experiences, Darren, and you being unwell, I am so pleased that you are talking with other colleagues as well, and that we are presenting compassionate leadership to staff, because I really don't underestimate the challenge it is every day for all of our staff going into work and facing what they are facing. They are truly on the front line, and as someone that runs a health and social care business in the community, I understand some of the challenges. But having said that, the work that our teams do at WAST, I think, is absolutely at the top of the front line, and I just wanted to acknowledge that and say that I'm very pleased to see that we have that culture of compassionate leadership going through to support our staff as much as we can. So thank you all very much, and thank you, Estelle.
Thank you, Bethan. I can see Emrys has got his hand up. Just very briefly, Claire and Paul, I know you just wanted to make the point that we will be taking a more detailed conversation into our People and Culture Committee about longer term provision, and particularly the impact as well potentially of long COVID, which of course we don't really are not able to quantify at the moment. So Claire, I don't know if you want to just say very briefly a few words about that, and then I'll come to you, Emrys, if I may. So Claire, to you first.
Thanks, Estelle. Before I just mention that, I think it's probably also worth mentioning a thanks to Aled, because I know that Aled is quietly sitting there in the room as well, and I know that Aled has also shared his story with us. And we haven't been able to bring that to the board today for timing purposes, but it is, you know, equally very powerful storyboard that we are now building from our, you know, our staff who've been through this, with the hope that we share, as Catherine said, with people, you know, what help and support, and encourage people to reach out and get that support. And a big thank you to Catherine, because actually without her expert knowledge and expertise this past year, I don't think we would have been in such a, you know, a strong position to shape and inform you know, the support that we have been able to put in place and offer, and we will be able to continue to offer, you know, and we will have that discussion next week with People and Culture Committee about what that ongoing plan for supporting wellbeing and long COVID and the impact of us on our staff and our volunteers looks like. And, you know, just a conversation around how we might resource that going forward and some of the needs around that. I'd also just pick up a bit on what Bethan was saying there and commenting on what Darren was talking about in terms of that compassionate leadership, because we've also had a conversation at exec team very recently, and we'll pick up again in People and Culture Committee next week about the opportunity now that coming out of the pandemic presents to us to reset. So to reset our leadership, to reset our culture, to reset some of our behaviours. Now, to learn and reflect and look back on the past 12 months and what it's meant, and the good and the bad and the ugly, and, you know, how that we get ourselves and keep ourselves then on the right track going forward for the culture and the leadership styles and the leadership behaviours that we want to see. And Darren is a really good example of what we want to see in the organisation going forward. So thank you.
Thanks, Claire. So Emrys, I'm going to bring you in next, and then I'll be going to Nathan Holman, our TU rep. So Emrys, over to you.
Thanks, Estelle. I can't unblock my camera at the moment, so I'll carry on anyway. I'd just like to echo and support all the comments that my colleagues have made, but I don't want to reiterate those. I think from the beginning of the presentation with Gareth, we really need to ramp up the pressure on trying to get 111, you know, into the community in Wales, because some of the stories then of not being able to proceed, having had probably a lengthy conversation, is, I can imagine that being really frustrating for the patients or individuals involved. The second point I'd like to make is even though we are quite a well-developed country, we're still in need of Red Cross support. And I think as a board, we should recognise their contribution and support and thank them for that. So those are the comments I want to make. Thank you.
Thanks, Emrys. Nathan, over to you.
Yeah, I just want to say that I feel it's necessary to thank each and every member of staff. You know, our job is difficult enough in normal times. Going through a pandemic, seeing colleagues being affected by this, and having 2 colleagues pass away because of this, and staff continuing to be professional and going out and supporting those individuals, putting their own lives at risk. The least we can do is thank each and every one of them for what they're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Nathan. I'm conscious that Jason Killens, our Chief Executive, wants to come in at the end. Before I do that, I think it's incumbent on me here chairing this piece to, on behalf of the board, thank Aled and Dean and also Gareth and Darren for participating. Aled and Dean over there in Swansea, I wonder whether you had any very quick reflections before Jason closes the session for us. Putting you on the spot there, I know, but you'd have heard the feedback from board members and how impacted they've been by your stories, and Aled, the story of the loss of your brother. So is there anything you'd like to say to the board before I hand over to Jason?
Thank you. As you can see, that was quite a powerful story. I think what I would probably like to say is for staff, operational staff, we are very good at hiding things. We don't express our feelings enough. I think from my experience, I think it's important that you have to express, you have to speak out, and not keep anything dwelling, because that's initially what I used to do. But since I've been working with the wellbeing team, that's educated me now to express my feelings, and that's what's helped me on this journey.
Thank you, Dean. That's a very strong message for us. Aled, is there anything you'd like to add? Don't feel you've got to, but just want to give you that opportunity.
Well, yes, thank you for giving me the opportunity. I'd just like to say that life can change at a flick of a coin. And, you know, the staff, operational staff outside, who are going into people's houses and dealing with patients, it's amazing, you know, it's amazing. But it also the psychological, which, you know, people are frightened working on the road. You know, who's next going to have it? Whatever, you know, who's going to have it next, and how it's going to affect people. And to be careful, we need to keep this up, to be careful with the social distancing within the workplace, stations, PPE, need to be very clear on PPE and to make sure that you use it. Also, people need to get vaccinated. They really do, you know, within the trust, really, the frontline staff. Be careful on what you listen to and what you hear on social media, because there's a lot of untruths out there. And get vaccinated. And I'd also like to thank the wellbeing team, been a great help to myself and to Catherine, and also the trust as well for the support that I've had. It won't bring it back, but thank you very much. Diolch yn fawr.
Diolch, Aled. And we hear you and we wish you all the best. Jason, if I can hand over to you, please.
Thanks, Estelle. Aled, can I start with you and say thank you for being with us today and sharing your experience. You know, I can't imagine how difficult this would have been for you in losing one of your own. Dean, also thank you. Clearly difficult for you, and the video, as colleagues have said, you know, really does bring home the different ways in which this virus impacts us all. You know, everyone in the community, everyone in our organisation will have been impacted in some way by this. I guess my question actually is to Aled and Dean, if I can, and you've touched on, I think, a bit in the remarks you've just made, answers to it, but it was about advice. My question was going to be about advice from you guys in two parts, really. What advice would you have for colleagues, and what advice would you have for me, the executive team and the board, based on your experience?
I think the advice really would be for staff, as Aled mentioned, about keeping themselves safe. Vaccination is a priority. I think that's really as much as I can say, I'm afraid.
Okay. All right.
What I would say, I would echo what Dean has just said. Make sure that they've got adequate PPE. We need to, not police then, make sure that the PPE, first of all, make sure that the PPE is there. Make sure that people are, staff are using the PPE, and not only using the PPE, are using it correctly. and to make sure that we keep on the pressure to say that, you know, just because we got a vaccination or whatever, this hasn't gone away. And to keep on the pressure on the standards of hand washing, PPE, and we need to hit that home, you know, to protect ourselves, not only just protect ourselves, to protect the patients as well, and the people that, you know, other members of the families, the house or whatever that we go in, we need to protect other people. By using PPE and using it correctly, we are protecting other people as well, not only ourselves. And it needs to be reinforced, you know, to keep on about it all the time. And, you know, staff need to just, you know, after each job or whatever, you know, just need to obviously do your stuff, your cleaning or whatever. You just need, people need to be, we're not machines. We need to take 5 minutes and just say, oh God, right, okay, let's have 5 minutes here now. Let's think about this, what we've done or whatever, and just you know, reevaluate and just take 5 and then go on to the next job. You're not just going on to the next job one after the other. Otherwise, end of the day, you're going to have a run of 4 shifts or whatever. It impacts, you know. It's, you know, we're in a pandemic and we need to reflect and take 5 sometimes. And we need to support staff, that's all. That's all I would say.
All right. Okay, thank you. I think some really important messages there for everyone across the organisation. The other thing I just, if I can, Martin, just by way of final comment that I pick up, particularly Dean, from your video, is that it's okay not to be okay and to seek help. And I think you made in your remarks a moment ago that, you know, we're perhaps as, you know, people in organisations like ours not as good as putting our hand up and asking for help, but perhaps we need to be. And I think a really powerful message that I take from this is for all of our people, be they new or senior in service, be they young or old, be they call handlers, you know, be they experienced paramedics on the road, it's okay to seek help and ask for support. So I'll finish on that point, Martin. Thank you again, Darren, Dean and Alid, for being with us today and sharing your experience. Thank you.
Thanks, Jason. And I'll hand back to you, Martin.
Jason, thank you, Estelle. I've been silent as chair. I've reflecting on what I've heard. I've been on boards for over 20 years across the NHS. I think about 25 years, actually. I've been on this board since 2014. I think that last half an hour is probably the most powerful discussion I've ever been involved with. You know, it just takes you away from the day-to-day of business, papers, procedures and so on. Just reminds us that it's about people, about emotions, about fear, it's about courage, it's about whether you can open up or not. It's about compassion, all those things in that discussion. So I just wanted to say, you know, hats off to you, Alid and Dean, for picking your story. You know, my heart goes out to you both for what you've been through, and I think it's a really salutary reminder about what this is all about. And I think stokes up the conviction for us as a board about trying to do the right thing and make things better for the future. Also struck actually by Gareth's introduction about some of our patients' experiences of the service during the last year, and think about how we can make things better for them when we're under pressure. And it brings me back to the board again. The more we can do to resource our service, lobby for our service, and to help change the service in a good way. Emrys has mentioned 111, for example. I think, you know, we need to put our shoulders to the wheel in doing that. So I think that discussion has served to take us forward in so many ways. And thank you all for coming forward. So on that note, I'll bring you back with perhaps jarringly to the rest of our business. I think we now move on with a time constraint because we've got 40 minutes to the break. So I'm going to see what, as we get nearer the break, how many items we can actually get through. So I think we're across to you, Rachel, for the IMTP piece, which is actually about looking forward. So hugely important because it's our way out of some of the pressures that we've been talking about. So I'll pass over to you.
Thank you, Martin. I'll hopefully make this quite brief. So for those of you who don't know me, I'm Rachel Marsh. I'm the Director of Strategy Planning and Performance. And I think just echoing the points you made there, Martin, although, you know, sometimes we might think an IMTP, an integrated medium-term plan, sounds dry. It is, in fact, the vehicle by which we listen to staff, we listen to patients, we look at how we want to improve their lot by the actions that we take over the next year and onwards further into the future. And the discussions that we have with our commissioners are all around, you know, how can we make the service better for our patients and the experience better for our staff. So the plan is very much written in that regard. And last year's plan in particular had the staff experience, the patient experience at the very front of the plan, and that guided us then into what actions we wanted to take. So very briefly, this paper is just to give the board a sense of the actions that are currently being taken to develop our plan for next year. So a reminder, we have talked to board about this before, that this year is going to be a little different, not surprisingly. The Welsh Government have set out their planning guidance, which is in the papers, and they are requesting or requiring us to produce an annual plan. So that's different from the 3-year IMTPs that are normally expected. However, they do expect this to be very much a transitionary year and would move back into full IMTPs the following year. And we, as a board, have a number of times talked about the fact that we want our plans to be longer than to have a longer horizon than 1 year. There clearly will be a lot of detail about next year, but the plan that we will be writing will be looking further ahead, and that's important to us as a board, as we've talked about before. The deadline for submission is March 31st of March this year. So we're probably, we're reflecting on this as executives recently. We are a little bit behind where we would normally be in writing an annual plan. We would normally have brought drafts along at this point to board to have a look at before we bring the final plan back in March. But because we've this year had 4 separate plans, we've had to do quarterly plans this year. That whole planning cycle has shifted somewhat, and so we are slightly behind where we might have been in other years. So just to very, very briefly talk about on page 2 and 3 where we have got to with this year's plan, because obviously that's the springboard into which we write next year's plan. We won't go into too much detail there, but to note that a very detailed paper went to our Finance and Performance Committee a couple of weeks ago, and they were able to scrutinise the progress that we've made as an organisation. And I think so. Rather than repeat that here, I think that the main message from the Finance Performance Committee was that exceptional progress had been made overall, despite the fact that we've gone through a year working and responding to the pandemic. We had made very good progress in many other areas as well. And so I think that was good news, and it's a good, as I say, springboard into next year. So just I wanted to pull out a couple of, on paragraph 10, just a couple of points which really kind of link to the conversations we've had already today. The second bullet point on paragraph 10 is that, you know, the plan will necessarily have to take into account the fact that we are in an ongoing pandemic. And I think one of the really important things that has come out in a number of discussions we've had in a number of forums is that, and as Nathan alluded to earlier today, you know, we've got a workforce that has worked extremely hard to respond to the pandemic, and we will in setting our plans for next year, have to take account of the fact that people will be tired, and that they're, you know, that we will need to balance the need to make improvements and to continue to develop our service with the fact that our staff are going to be feeling tired after all the work that they've had to do this year. And also, I think, you know, we've got a bullet point there, which is the point I just made. The plan will very much be centred around, you know, how can we improve on the experience and outcomes for patients? How can we improve on the experience for our colleagues? And we'll be taking account of all the feedback that we've had through this year, some of which we just saw. We've got on paragraph 11 just a quick table of the milestones. So my team has been working with colleagues across the organisation to get a very first working draft next week. And we'll be bringing that through to executives, to our assistant directors, and then taking it through into updating that and bringing through versions to committees in March, with the final board meeting on the 25th of March, which will be required to sign off the plan before submission. Subsequent to writing this paper, I think there's been a discussion about you know, because of the compressed timescale, that there probably might need to be an additional session in March to bring non-executives and other board members together to have a good session in scrutinising it before it comes to the final board for sign off, as I say, on the 25th of March. So we try to be engaging with a lot of stakeholders, and so just to pull out, the commissioners will be absolutely critical, and we have got fortnightly meetings with the Chief Ambulance Service Commissioner, Health, and Director of Finance and Director of Ops attend. And so we'll be working very closely and quickly with them to make sure that we align our plans with their commissioning intentions, which are just being finalised. So I think that was probably all that I wanted to say. You would have seen the paper anyway and had a chance to read it. But a lot of work now in progress in the next 2 months to get that plan over the line and with you on the 25th of March for sign off.
Very clear introduction to a very important stage in our work looking ahead. So open it up to questions or comments, because you do ask us to advise on any areas we need by way of clarification or areas for assurance. So the opportunity is now. I don't want to create a discussion that isn't, but Emrys, I think you would have chaired the last Finance and Performance Committee, so if there's anything you wanted to say by way of the assurance already gained, which I think, Rachel, you alluded to, because obviously an important piece of work was done there in that committee.
Yes, great. Thanks, Martin. As Rachel has said, she brought at the beginnings of this to the committee. We were quite assured by the work that was done during the year of pandemic, effectively. The IMTP, while it wasn't required by Welsh Government, did continue, and a number of actions are progressing quite well. In fact, I think there's only one that was suspended. So that was good, and that was despite having to run quarterly plans for Welsh Government, and now a change to go to yearly plans. But I think the ambition is still there to have the second and third year in place. So we are, as a committee, we're content with that.
Thank you. Paul Hollard, I think you want to come in there.
Yes, thanks, Chair. Rachel, yeah, it's good that we are doing a 3-year plan, recognising that the majority of the information will be released next year. I was just interested to look at the planning guidance that came from Welsh Government, and the timely access to services. It doesn't recognise necessarily explicitly anyway the role of timely access to the ambulance service. So I was just wondering if we can look at how we emphasise that those elements and those priorities actually interface with us as well, not just hospital and primary care.
Yes, I think that's a really helpful point, Paul. I think during the pandemic, the guidance that we've had for each of the quarterly plans that we've done has talked about this access to services, and it's always been written more in the context of, you know, planned care and other emergency services from a second, you know, from a health board perspective. And we've always, you know, in our quarterly plans, you know, tried to say that actually, you know, we've got those, you know, we want to be looking at timely access for our services in the same way. So absolutely, we'll bring that through in the plan. Yeah.
Great, thanks, Rachel.
That's really helpful. Any other reflections? Jason, I don't know whether you wanted to give any of your thoughts. It's a very difficult job if you're a director of planning, I guess, Rachel, when you've got CEO and chair all interested in strategy and trying to develop that area. So I'll just offer a comment at the end on that. But Jason, any thoughts from you?
Not particularly, Martin. I mean, you know, I think as Rachel has said, you know, whilst we're required to submit an annual plan, we're going to press ahead with a 3-year plan. We believe, I think, as a executive team, but also, don't we, having discussed it as a board, that's the right thing to do for us, as it enables us to continue to drive ourselves forward. The 3 years, certainly, you know, years 2 and 3 will very much focus on content relevant to enabling the strategy, you know, the longer term vision that I alluded to and described earlier. Improving access to patients' care closer to home, conveyance to an emergency department only when absolutely necessary, those kind of themes. But I think it's important for us to collectively work on this. Of course, you know, Rachel in her role as Director of Strategy Planning and Performance brigades and owns it, but it is right that all of us as a board, you know, are connected to and very much, you know, live and breathe the future direction. So I endorse what Rachel said, and the fact that we're going to do a 3-year plan in an environment where we're only required to deliver an annual plan.
Thank you. Well, no further questions. I just want to say, Rachel, a big well done, because you keep us on the straight road. It's very difficult because everybody has a view, particularly around strategy, which is in your title, and because it's shared territory. But I think what you're doing very successfully, got to say, is it's getting us into that space to make us think forward. So yeah, there's a lot of process, but equally you're lifting us out of the detail and looking ahead, which is brilliant. So hats off to you.
Thank you, Martin. Much appreciated.
Look forward to seeing the product at the end of March. And I like the fact you, incidentally, you've added in that touch point with in March. I think that'll be good. So,
okay, thank you.
So I think essentially what we're asked to do, I think we've done the advising bit. I mean, Paul's made a very helpful comment around the planning guidelines and particularly around access to care. So no further points raised. So we're simply asked to receive the update, I think, aren't we, to note it?
Yeah.
So I look for nods, but as I know, there are no cameras switched on, I see a virtual nod. Okay, excellent. Thank you for that report. Very good. We now leapfrog over into our performance and governance section and across to our the annual report from Audit Wales, and Fleur Jones is here from Audit Wales, I hope still, to introduce this item. So Fleur, the floor is yours, so to speak.
Oh, thank you very much, Chair. I've been having a couple of technical issues this morning. Can I just check that everyone can hear me?
I can certainly hear you.
Yeah. Okay, brilliant, thank you. So good morning, everyone. I'm just here briefly to present the annual audit report for 2020, which summarises the work from that year that Audit Wales undertook with the Trust. So each review contained within this report has been received by the Trust's Audit Committee. So for example, you'll see our work on the audit of accounts summarised on pages 7 and 8, and our reviews for securing the efficiency, effectiveness and economy which includes our structured assessment work, is summarised on pages 9 to 12. The annual report itself has also been received as a draft by the Audit Committee and has since been agreed as a final, but it was also agreed with the Trust that it should come to the board today as a final, just to make sure that you can all see it. In terms of, Martin mentioned earlier, looking forward, our work programme going forward will be presented to the Audit Committee in March, so I can just provide a teaser there that will provide further details at that point. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Highly important that we take this report to board. So thank you for presenting it, because it's, I think, very much the strongest of our regulators' views of the world. It comes from Audit Wales, frankly. So it's really helpful. Are there any comments on the report? It doesn't have to be from Audit Committee specifically, although Martin, you may wish to say something and come from any quarter. There were a number of actions in the report that we obviously will be taking forward. Martin's put his camera on, so I guess you'd...
Well, only to take the opportunity to comment. I mean, it's a helpful report. I look forward to the March meeting when hopefully we'll have a much better understanding of the work programme for particularly the next 12 months. So I assume we'll be able, Martin, to bring something back to the Trust Board on the detail.
Okay, so from your perspective, Martin, you're comfortable with...
Yes, absolutely, yes.
Okay, that's good. I think from my implication, Keith's there to ask a question. In fact, Martin and Keith are the only two people who just put their camera on to signal, which is good. Over to you, Keith.
Okay, thanks, Martin. I really just wanted to say thank you to Fleur for the report. We worked long and hard on it and providing information and working together. I think it's a very fair report and one that we were happy to agree to. And just to give reassurances to the board, all the recommendations and the comments within that report, we will now pick up. It will go on the audit tracker, it will be monitored, and the progress into completing those actions will be dealt with through Audit Committee in the normal way. So it's just to provide that assurance and to say thank you to Fleur.
Thank you, Keith. I don't want to create a discussion that isn't there if people are comfortable. I mean, that's testimony to the quality of the report, I think. So if there are no further comments, I think we can draw things to a close. But having an unqualified opinion of our accounts and all these supporting arrangements, I think does mean, reiterating congratulations to Chris Turley, our Director of Finance, and his team, particularly for their efforts year on year in steering us between the rocks at year end. So thank you, Chris, and the members of your team who did all the hard work. And thank you, Fleur, for the report.
Thank you, Zal. Thanks, Chair.
Chris is coming on.
Thank you, Martin. No, just to say thank you for that. That is appreciated, and I will make sure that those comments from yourself as Chair and the board are passed on to the team. So much appreciated, Martin. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. We'll obviously look forward to tracking the action plan through Audit Committee. So I think we're just asked to receive the report. We can't approve it. That's not the nature of the beast. So thank you, Fleur. We'll receive the report and move on. You're very welcome to stay with us for the rest of the meeting, of course.
Thank you.
So looking ahead on the agenda next, I think we have our Patient Safety Highlight Report. Claire Roach, our Director of Nursing and Quality, is going to introduce this. You're on the screen already, Claire. Thank you. I'll pass over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Bore da, everybody. So I'm presenting the Patient Safety Report to the board this morning for November and December of 2020. I'd like to start with page 3 of the report, which sets the context for these 2 months. And Jason certainly highlighted some of the context of the 2 months that we have gone through recently. And really to be able to set that context is very important for the detail in this report. It was without doubt a period of unprecedented pressure in the whole system in November and December. On the 3rd of December, as Jason mentioned, we did declare a critical incident in the South East region as a result of significant pressures at that time. On the 7th of December, the Trust moved from a monitor to a response level under our pandemic plan. And on the 10th of December, we saw an absolutely extraordinary day of pressures and demand, leading to us moving into the escalation of our REAP level 4 of extreme pressure, which I think it is important to note we have remained in until last week, when we returned to REAP 3, which it should also be highlighted, still signifies severe pressure on services. In terms of the context for that and what is detailed in the report, it is very important to think about that. On page 5, members will note that we discussed the patient safety incidents reported during November and December. And in this period of time, we had 583 incidents reported. 233 of those in November and 350 in December. The chart on page 6 illustrates the volumes of patient safety incidents that have been coded either moderate or catastrophic. I think it's important to highlight to the board that what does stand out here is the increase in incidents described as catastrophic from 4 coded in November to 39 in December. Now, all of these cases, amongst other cases that would have been reported, the most serious of which are discussed at our Serious Case Incident Forum. And during November and December, we discussed 65 cases at that forum. This led to 13 serious incidents being reported by us as an organisation, and it led to 24 incidents being referred to our health board colleagues under the joint investigation framework. And colleagues will recall that this is where we have undertaken a root cause analysis, and we have identified that delays at the health board sites were the primary cause of our ability to respond. And therefore, under the joint investigation framework, under what we call Appendix B, we will pass those incidents to our health board colleagues to be the lead investigator, and we will of course continue to support in that investigation. In relation to the concerns detailed on page 6 and 7, this has been referred to earlier by Jason and by Bethan. I am pleased to say that we have achieved 96% compliance with our 2-day acknowledgement in November and 100% acknowledgement in December. Our 30-day response rate in November was 78% and 88% in December. And that leads to our year-to-date reporting being at around 75% for the entire year. I think it is important to note to members that we watch this very carefully. It does fluctuate depending on the type of cases we have, and where we have more complex cases or cases that need to go to a redress panel, there will be a delay in those cases, noting the 30-day target. And then I'd finally like to draw members' attention to the details in the Appendix A, where the learning from incidents is detailed. In terms of the CCC learning, the Clinical Contact Centre learning, colleagues will note that there is a table there in the appendix. I'd like to bring the board's attention to 2 items of learning in the Clinical Contact Centre environment. The first is point 39 in that table, where it notes that all of our EMDs, our dispatchers, have been issued with 3 courses supplied by the International Academy of Emergency Dispatch relating to burns. I think this is important to note to board, as we are aware that we previously have reported a serious incident in relation to sadly a burns incident, and it is only right to highlight to board that there has been significant action and learning in relation to that. I'd also like to highlight point 43 in that table, which talks about the audits undertaken into the ineffective breathing code, and to be able to highlight to board that this is actually a national focus for all UK ambulance services. And we do continue to benchmark and learn from UK ambulance services via the subgroups of the Association of Ambulance Chief Executives, in particular the Medical Director subgroup, the Quality and Risk Director subgroup, and the Operational subgroup, all of which myself, Brendan and Lee are members. And then finally, it was an action that I took away from last board to ensure that the patient safety report going forward and in its maturation highlights the clinical reviews and the clinical learning and clinical themes and trends. and colleagues will note that that is also included in the appendix of this report. And on that point, I would like to invite either Andy or Brendan if they would like to comment on any of the learning that is identified in that appendix. Thank you.
Okay, shall I pick that up, Martin? So I'm sure Andy will contribute as well. So you can see that the elements where learning has been identified is now being picked up. Fortunately, we're now in a position with the clinical structure to be able to do this in a constructive and supportive way. And of course, this will be strengthened when we have the specialist paramedic or senior paramedic role also supporting that work. I think that several of the incidents reflected what Claire was saying at the start of the report, the pressure on the system, and sometimes the documentation subsequently then being hurried in the report. It was good that there were no significant themes that were coming out as a dominant theme. So it wasn't as though it was all down to mismanagement of airways or the cardiac arrest training that was found to be deficient. These tended to be individual errors, and these are best picked up then at a local level with support put in for any extra training or monitoring that would be required from that point. Andy, I don't know if you've got anything to add on that.
Yeah, the only thing I'll add, Brendan, is what you touched upon there around the senior paramedic role. I think it's worthy of note that these incidents are very much retrospective reflections on where an incident hasn't necessarily gone to plan. As we start to roll out the senior paramedic role, one of the benefits will be is the proactive nature that the role is going to be, where we can identify any gaps in learning or any issues that we need to pick up before they become an incident. So I think that's hopefully going to be able to feed into this report as we go forward, and we can collect some of the information that the senior paramedics are picking up around themes and trends of where we need to maybe look to inform staff of any future learning.
Anything more you wanted to add by way of supplement to that, or should we go across for questions?
So Martin, I would just probably need to be able to describe what that means in terms of the major to moderate catastrophic incidents. And obviously these are categorised at the point of reporting, and we do obviously then review those incidents to be able to identify the level of harm. But where we are talking about moderate, major to catastrophic incidents, we are talking about where there has been the most severe harm, and where obviously sadly there would have been an outcome of mortality. We do obviously review all of those incidents because they may not always mean that there has been an impact such as to report a serious incident. Clearly we are working in emergency and urgent medicine. We will sadly see outcomes that are poor, but we do review all of those incidents very thoroughly. They go through a full initial review. They are then presented to the Serious Case Incident Forum with a full, very detailed review, and then at that multidisciplinary forum we make a collective decision about whether that is indeed an actual patient safety incident, or it is an event that has occurred, or whether it then is a serious adverse incident where there is learning, which of course we will report to Welsh Government, or currently now to the delivery unit, and we then have 60 days to be able to review that incident, detail a very detailed action learning plan, and then monitor that learning plan, which is why the patient safety report now includes the learning, and going forward we will have even more emphasis on that. The action plans are reviewed in our patient safety and learning monitoring group, and they are also monitored and will continue to be monitored through our scrutiny panels. Now, obviously, during our pandemic, some of those have not occurred with the frequency that they would have, but that is a absolute priority going forward now for us to re-establish them.
Excellent, thank you. So this is a hugely important report, and it obviously puts in numerical terms some of the issues that we've been talking about in human terms earlier. So can't stress how significant this is on the agenda, and you've been very forthright there, Claire, in introducing it. I've got a couple of comments. Kevin Davis, I think you want to come in.
Thanks. I just went off mute first that time, just to make sure. Claire and Andy and Brendan, thank you very much for that. You know, it is brutally honest in terms of the challenge that that you've all faced in the last few months, and I just want to acknowledge the amount of work that goes into creating that learning environment from, you know, when things don't go as they perhaps would be expected to. And internally, it's really good to hear the lessons learned and the development of the lessons learned strategy to inform internally. But you did mention the systemic pressures, and I just wonder if you wouldn't mind saying a few words about where you see the challenges of system learning as opposed to organizational learning within, and you know, is the system engaged in the sort of learning that you're emphasizing is so important?
Thank you, Kevin. I mean, certainly over the last few months, we have engaged very, very heavily with our health board colleagues across the system. We've done that both collectively, so we've had you know, various different meetings with colleagues in health boards, as you know, myself, Lee and Brendan, for example. We utilise all of our respective peer groups to raise this. You know, Jason obviously raises this with his chief exec colleagues and uses that forum. I am part of the directors of nursing and quality, and I use that forum. Brendan, the medical directors, Lee with the COOs. The other thing that we have done during the last few months is we now produce an individual monthly health board report for each of the health boards, and I meet with my counterparts in each of those health boards to share that information. That will have very, very timely information about the incidents that have occurred in the previous months. It allows an opportunity to be able to discuss those cases in more detail, and more importantly, be able to discuss where there are opportunities for learning and what actions we need to take. We've also, as you know, this has been discussed in our quality committee, we have developed a dashboard that now looks at the data from the perspective of the patient and talks about where patients have had delayed access to secondary care and where patients have had a delayed emergency response in the community. That is also shared with our respective health board colleagues, and I think that it is the sharing of information and the facilitating opportunities for dialogue and discussion across the whole system is really important. And I think what I would take from that is that those meetings are very receptive. Colleagues are wanting to attend those meetings, they are making themselves available, and we are having good dialogue with our colleagues to be able to try and identify, you know, essentially being able to frame the problem and being able to work together on the solutions. So certainly in the last few months that has been a significant focus. Certainly for myself, for Lee, for Brendan, with our peer groups and collectively, but as a whole executive team, sharing that information and using every opportunity that we can.
I think, Brendan, you wanted to come in on the back of Claire's
yes.
comments specifically on that point as well.
Yes, thanks. Yes, it was just I think Kevin was asking, what is happening in the wider system around some of these pressures going forward. So, as well as the discussions that we're having at the individual peer groups, there has been some action undertaken by Welsh Government. So we've had Dr. CDV Jones now setting up a review of unscheduled care governance, which I think is related to the work that we've been experiencing. So we've linked into that. We've also linked in yesterday to the Bevan Commission, who are also holding an investigation into some of the pressures. And in particular, I think what we need to recognise is even when the COVID demand reduces, we are going to be going into a very difficult phase because of the backlog of elective work that is now going to cause enormous pressure on the system. So, at periods during the last year, we've experienced delays and pressures because of a lack of bed capacity due to COVID. We are now going to be going into a phase where there will be pressure on the capacity because of the backlog of the elective work and the strain on trying to run the emergency and unscheduled work then in parallel. If people remember, the one thing that took the pressure off the emergency strain of work was when the government said to stop the elective work, and that freed up the capacity, not just in beds, but in terms of doctors, nurses and support staff to be able to manage the flow of patients through the system. So yes, there is work going on. Nobody's come up with the magic bullet. I think we're going to be heading for a very difficult period.
Thank you, Brendan. A reminder there that there's much ahead of us, even beyond pandemic. So those are wise words. I think, Bethan, you wanted to come in at this point. Obviously, you're assuming chairmanship of Quest, our quality committee, in February. So the chair of the team speaks.
Thank you, Claire. Claire, thank you for the introduction. You actually drew attention to the question that I have, and that's around the patient safety incident. As you've already highlighted, the increase in numbers of catastrophic incidents from November to December is absolutely significant, going from 4 to 39. My question was around, we've seen a reduction in the number of positive COVID cases over the last week to two across Wales. And in light of that, what is January looking like so far anecdotally in terms of number of patient safety incidents? Are they now reducing again, or are we still operating closer to the 39 peak as of December?
To be honest, Bethan, I actually think that's too early to tell because we do sometimes get a little bit of a lag with the patient safety incidents. Although obviously we are seeing, and I think I referred to this in a previous board session, we are seeing an increase in reporting, and that may well because we're actually making it easier for our frontline staff to be able to report. But it is not unusual sometimes to see a little bit of a delay in when the day that the incident occurred and the day that the incident is reported. So to be honest, until we get to the end of the month, then we're usually about the second week into the next month where that data starts to come out to me and I can have some confidence in it. So it would probably be unfair of me to make a comment here now because it may be quite inaccurate.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, just perhaps turn to Jason before we draw this to a close. A reference in the margin to the fact that we participate in the Unscheduled Care Board, which is brings together a host of organisations who provide urgent care, including ourselves, and whether there's opportunity to share learning there. And I'm obviously aware that we work with our commissioners. There's the Ambulance Availability Task Force, which Jason and Kevin are very much members of the steering group for that. And the clinical governance review that Brendan alluded to, I've fed some personal views into that as well. So Jason, I don't know whether you had any reflections, because what I keep coming back to is, yes, we we seek to expand our resources as far as we can to ensure that we're as robust as possible as a service when the pressure is on. But equally, it's about trying to bring about change across the whole of urgent care in such a way that the whole thing flows more smoothly for patients.
Yeah, thanks, Martin. I mean, it's I think it is early days in terms of thinking about the future in a post-COVID world. To Claire's point, I think we've got a bit of road still to travel there. Whilst we are coming out, we're clearly coming out of the peak of the second wave in terms of community prevalence, and that translating into activity for us and inpatients in the rest of the system. We have still got that pressure there, and as Brendan said, there's going to be further recovery pressure that emerges. I think our role in this, Martin, is signalling to the system what more we can do to safely avoid conveyance of patients to the emergency department where that's appropriate for them based on their presenting condition. And of course that connects to our strategy, and it connects to upskilling our workforce, doing more safely in the community, having a multidisciplinary team here, and broadening the types of clinicians that we have accessible to us or employed with us to offer patients which access unscheduled or urgent care through our services, be that 111 or 999. An alternative to the emergency department. So I think our role with the Urgent Care Board and the reset agenda is to, I think, go as hard as we can to play our part as a national provider in keeping patients and service users safe closer to home, to avoid the institution unless it's absolutely necessary.
And I guess in the shorter term, it's about efficiency and also securing the resources that match, as far as possible, the demand that we're facing with the demand capacity review, for example.
Well, that's right. So I mean, there are things we can do in the very short term, which is around capacity in the existing model, if you like, and that's about maximising the capacity we have. We've heard already about the growth that we've had in this financial year and the growth we expect next from the demand and capacity review. You've alluded to the task force, which is looking at this issue too, and also the wider agenda around our availability and the consequence on that from emergency department congestion. But I think there are also efficiencies that we can deliver and other things we can do differently in that kind of modernisation and transformation agenda. But in the short term, it's about additional capacity, and we've been, I think, quite successful in that in the second half of the year. We've been consistently producing in the traditional model in excess of 100% of our capacity on the EMS fleet. Of course, as I've touched on, supported by assistance from other agencies in the context of the pandemic. So in the short term, more capacity, but in the longer term, that's not a sustainable solution, and we need to adapt how we deliver care.
Yes, I see there that Rachel mentions the fact that the commissioning intentions for the next year make reference to setting targets to reduce ambulance delay, which would be obviously a huge motivation to us to see that happen. And we've widened out the discussion, I think, probably rightly, because Claire, the report begs the question about how are we going to respond to the pressure that we faced and change things such that we don't see adverse patient experience. So Claire, I don't know if there's anything more that you want to add. It was a really comprehensive and excellent report, which we're asked to receive, but any final comments from you?
No, there isn't any. I haven't really got anything further to add. I think it's really interesting discussion, and certainly I think the points that Brendan raised are really important to remember, that we will continue to see this pressure, and of course it's about what else we can do, and where we can make that increased offer to the wider service. And of course the best thing we can do is enable people to have care where they are best placed to have that care, and for many people that won't be an ED department. Yeah,
point well made. Thank you. So we're asked to receive that report if you're happy. Virtual nod. Okay, I think that's an opportune time to pause. Very quickly though, before we do, I noticed in the questions from our audience. Malcolm Latham, who's from the Board of Community Health Councils in Wales, referring back to my introduction, asked the question as to whether, in looking outwards, I will be reaching out to the Board of Community Health Councils themselves and having the right kind of discussion. Just in case Malcolm has to leave at the break, I thought I'd answer that question now, which is to say absolutely yes. And outside the meeting, I will make contact with the CHC board to set that process in train. So thank you for raising the question. And looking at my watch, 11:43. So if we could come back in 10 minutes time, you can work that out yourselves, 12:03, and then we'll resume the rest of the agenda, albeit with some pressure to speed up towards the end if we can. So cameras muted, please, and come back in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Chair, are you okay if I set myself up with the presentation?
Yeah, that's good, Lee. Thank you.
Thank you.
Obviously, there's a bit of a time pressure with this, so I don't know how long you think.
I think I was down for half an hour, wasn't I, Chair? So I think I can claw some of that back.
That's very decent of you. Much appreciated.
I'll do my best.
Yeah, but don't lose the key points.
Yeah.
Of course, I got the break wrong. Did I said 12:03? It's actually 2 minutes, isn't it? That we've come back. Yeah. Maths was not a good strong point for me by the looks of it. Anyway, you carry on.
Thank you, Chair.
Can people hear me? Just checking whether we got people back after 10 minutes, which of course I gave the wrong time to return.
Yeah, I can hear you, Martin.
I can't see from this how many people have actually returned.
I can hear you, Martin.
I think we should simply start, if that's okay. I'm conscious of time, so I apologise for the erroneous mathematics, but that's about 10 minutes, isn't it? Okay, Lee, if you're there, we could make a start.
Thank you, Chair. I am here.
Yeah, okay, so for our audience, we obviously now move on to the pandemic response debrief from the first phase of the pandemic, which is obviously hugely important in the light of some of the discussion we've had earlier. So pass over to you, Lee, and clearly from the screen we've got a presentation which we're looking forward to. So over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. It's my intention just to take the board through some aspects then from our wave one operational debrief and some of the lessons that we've brought through from that into the second wave. I'm then just going to touch on some of the tactics that have been used through our wave two response, and then I've just got a very short update to provide in relation to the vaccination. So this slide is just offering a reminder really in terms of how wave one unfolded. And of course, when you actually look back on the dates of this, by this time last year, we had already begun in engagement with Public Health Wales. We had launched the emerging infectious disease surveillance as element in our prioritisation, SIS 909 prioritisation system, and almost on the way to briefing and exercising and sharing more with our staff. So it's already now been 12 months of very high energy into our pandemic response. But also just through here, you can see some of the other key dates in how wave 1 unfolded, eventually moving into a recovery position on the 3rd of August. So, of course, we were very keen to undertake operational debrief as a consequence, following the peak of the first wave, and that was done in May, June of last year. We did, of course, want to bring through any lessons, recognising that, of course, as pandemics go, there's often a second and then potentially third wave to them. So, of course, we should bring lessons through. All teams that were involved in our wave 1 response were represented and had an opportunity to engage in the debrief approach. The exercise of debriefing identified a number of areas for improvement, as well as some areas of best practice. And from this, 10 key recommendations were made and they were presented to the executive team to be taken forward. Those lessons have been recorded on our tracker, and we monitor progress of those on an ongoing basis, and of course have taken opportunities when they've presented to bring lessons through. And I'm just going to touch on a couple of those lessons now. There's a lot on this screen. I'm not going to go through it, but central to this was the reflections on what was our plan for the management of a pandemic influenza outbreak, and recognising that pandemic pre-COVID was very much influenza focused, and that as was our management plan. And of course, COVID taught us that the pandemic could actually be a different virus to influenza. So we now, as a consequence of that, our wave 2 response is very much governed by our pandemic plan, which is written with not flu in mind. The elements of flu, however, are still contained, but just as an appendix rather than central to the plan itself. You can see some other elements there that were brought through as a consequence of the learning. One of the, certainly one of the most significant was our reflections on command structures versus management structures. And I think where we've landed now in our wave 2 structure is very much a hybrid of both. Some other elements in terms of personal protective equipment during the initial wave, well, actually prior to the peak of the first wave, we had made movement towards the hoods, and hoods had been rolled out to those that required them. But then we moved on to the trial of the CorePro half-face mask, and this was one mechanism in response to the different model types of the FFP3 that were coming out from stocks, because of course each time a new model comes to us, there's a new requirement to repeat the fit testing, and of course with staff across Wales, that's logistically very difficult. So a trial was conducted of the CorePro half-face masks, and we completed a survey in relation to that, and following that, recommendation was that we should proceed for that mask type. And we are now well on the way to rolling out a personal issue mask to our EMS, NEPs, community first responders and student paramedics. Generally, I think the organisation has done very well to lean in on the health, safety and well-being aspects of our response, all of which have been very carefully considered and assessed against guidance published and provided to us by both UK and Welsh sources. Next was a recommendation for the iPads and the prioritisation of rolling out the iPads, and I think generally the dissemination of that has gone very well, and it was certainly fast-tracked in order to enhance access to technology. Also able to complete some commander training with a strategic commander training day completed in the period between each of our waves, as well as working with Keith and Julie on enhancing our documentation and archiving approach. So this slide here again brings through one of our model changes to the pandemic plan. On the right, you can see the turning circle, which is a more conventional approach to sort of incident management preparation. So planning, preparing, responding, recovering, and then reviewing. But this is very, very different to a normal incident management scenario. And so on reflection, what we did was actually split out the respond phase and separated that into 2 separate positions. And you can see how that flows with this revised model graphic. So the respond phase being broken into 2, with a respond position as the wave begins to ease as a consequence of the measures that governments take in order to control a spread. The demand reduces, our capacity improves, and then we can move into a period of monitoring. So we continue that intelligence monitoring of the situation, but we remain in a heightened state of readiness to return to a further period of responding. And of course, between the 2 is that period of review, which is what we have done in terms of our debriefing. Where we are right now, you can just see in this table how the pandemic has unfolded for us. So on the 4th of March last year, we activated what was then the influenza plan. And then come the 22nd of June, we moved into this monitor position. Ultimately leading to a short period of recovery commencing in August, and then returning to a monitor position in September, which again was heightening our intelligence gathering, intelligence monitoring, and preparing to respond again, which of course we did from the 7th, decision was made on the 7th of December. So I'm just going to step now into some of the tactics and the approach in our Wave 2 response. These are not here for you to delve into. It's just to assure board of the forecasting and modelling approach. We have a dedicated forecasting and modelling group who are continually assessing the data that's provided to us by university sources and government sources, and then seeks to translate that into some ambulance metrics. It's been a very collaborative group that's been working across ambulance services as well to share approaches and learning, and this is fed into our senior pandemic team, where we're able to monitor the effects of tactics, the effects of government restrictions, and of course how that might impact on the forecasts. Next is our tactical approach to production. Colleagues may have heard of this, or the TAP. This was first deployed in Wave 1 and it resulted in a different approach to our crewing skill mix. And on this, I just do want to recognise and thank our staff who have been working in a way that they had not been working prior to the pandemic occurring. We've brought learning through on each version of the tactical approach to production. It was removed during the period of recovery and then reinstated again as we've moved monitor and response. Mutual aid has been a feature for us, and I've just drawn through here some numbers so you can see how many personnel have been provided or been available to us during the wave. So of course we've had support from the military, and we do have support with the military with us now. Military seeking to sustain a level of 69 staff, and there are some cohorts that continue in order to provide some relief for that. And we do currently have 66 active fire and rescue service staff who have been working some shifts with us. Also, assistance has been provided to us from St John Ambulance Cymru, and it's been good to be having up to 34 crews per week from St John, and they've been with us since November and will remain through to the end of March. And of course our students, and you can actually see there through those numbers how our students have stuck with us through Wave 1 and 2. We've had to flex slightly how students can be used, recognising the stage that they are at in their education, but nonetheless it's been very encouraging to see students providing support to our response. And to just give this some context, at peak, which was just a couple of weeks back, about 11% of our EA, emergency ambulance hours, came from the mutual aid contribution. So it's been incredibly helpful in sustaining capacity to respond. We've also had additional capacity brought through in NEPS, so it's important obviously not to forget our NEPS. NEPS very much been developing capacity to support patient movement, discharge activity, as well as the emerging field hospital activity as well. And that's continuing again through to end of financial year.
So the Resource Escalation Action Plan, or REAP, this was reviewed as we came into winter this year, again bringing through opportunities for learning from Wave 1, and the document itself now includes some pandemic indicators to support our REAP level declaration, as well as inclusion of some management structures for us to consider at REAP level 3 and 4. As already we've mentioned today, REAP 4 was declared in December, and it was a good indication, an encouraging indication to have reduced to REAP 3 very recently. Of course, though, that's still quite a severe position for us to be in. But through the levels there, you can see the periods of pressure throughout Wave 1 and Wave 2. So this is quite a complicated graph, and I'm going to do my best to explain it. This is in relation to the demand management plan. So the demand management plan, of course, provides our framework for operations to respond to situations where the demand for service is greater than our capacity to respond. Of course, that can be caused by a number of reasons, whether that be increase in demand, whether that be reduced availability, or of course a combination of both, which is certainly what we've experienced through Wave 2. The plan sets out a set of tactical options that are flexible but also immediate, so that we are able to dynamically react to a situation as it's presenting, really with the aim of protecting our response for those patients with the most serious conditions or in greatest need to continue to receive a very timely response. There are 8 levels within the demand management plan, and of course in the higher levels we do start to introduce referring callers at point of contact to other services rather than an ambulance response. So in these charts then, what you can see, in the background there are some dotted lines, purple, red, amber and green, and just to explain those, that's a percentage increase on the annual aggregate demand level. So it's a signal of pressure. The lines, the blue, orange and grey lines were predictions, the orange being the midpoint of the predictions, the blue the lower threshold, the grey the upper threshold, and the black line being the actual level of demand. So the top chart here is for 999 calls. And what that shows is that as we came through November, into the beginning of December, you can see that on a week-on-week basis, the volume of activity was growing and ultimately hit this 15% position. So it was busy as we came into the beginning of December, and in direct consequence to that, you can then see the bar chart which shows the maximum level of the demand management plan that was deployed in that week. So generally, as the demand has increased, so too has the level of demand management plan that has been invoked. Conversely, when you then look at that chart in comparison to the attended incidents, what you can see here is that as the demand management plan levels increased, the number of incidents that were responded to decreased, which ultimately is what the demand management plan seeks to do, which is to manage our incoming demand in a different way, and those being in a way that doesn't require an ambulance to respond. It's encouraging now that, of course, we've returned to sort of that pre-high stress period, and the levels of demand management plan now being utilised are reducing. Of course, the forecast here now will need to be readjusted because it's been impacted by this false low as a consequence of use of the demand management plan. So hopefully I've managed to explain that in a way that is comprehensible. Protocol 36 then is the specific triage card in our 999 triaging system, which allows us to identify at the point of the call those patients that are most likely COVID symptomatic and then triage them within a single dispatch protocol. It comes in 4 levels, level 0 through to level 3. And you can see here through Wave 1 and Wave 2 how that has been used currently at level 2. And there are some correlations, of course, here as well with the phasing of our pandemic response. What this protocol does is, as we move to the higher levels of the protocol, more of the endpoint determinants result in a requirement for clinical assessment before dispatch, which presents us potential opportunities to signpost callers to other pathways. There may also be a small number of patients that will be advised at the point of contact that we unfortunately are not able to provide an ambulance response. And as a consequence of that, while we've been in the level 2 period, we have had some self-directed audit being undertaken, and the outcomes of that audit will be taken through to the relevant committee when we have some results. On the 3rd of December, we did declare a critical incident. I'm not proposing to go through these bullet points. It just sets out the high stress that we had at the time. However, what this shows here is the period of declaration and the levels of demand management plan that were invoked. And as you can see, the critical incident was declared on this first additional line on the chart. And that's, you can see the levels of demand management plan growing in the lead to that. However, those levels continuing to grow as the incident unfolded. And here, when the critical incident was stood down, again, you can see that the stress was beginning to lessen. So for me, some assurance, I think that the decision for the declaration was correct, it was timely, and there were impacts as a consequence. In relation to our pandemic plan, then I did mention that there had been some adjustment in the structures. The top diagram here is the structure that was used to manage our response in wave 1. And then you can see how we've taken the learning from that. There's been a slight slimming down, particularly at the operational level, with some different naming conventions for our wave 2 response. And I actually think organisationally we've got lots of opportunity to take away some of the cross-directorate benefits, working benefits as a consequence of doing business in this way. Just to touch on the operational delivery unit, it's been very exciting to have received some temporary funding to continue the operational delivery unit, and that shall continue through to the end of this financial year at least. I want to be very optimistic, and hopefully we'll receive funding for that to become permanent. We do now have some good rhythm of daily touch points with a WAST safety huddle occurring at 9:30 every day, and we continue now to chair the national safety huddle at 11 o'clock each day, which in recent weeks has also been repeating at 3, with some good and well-informed use of the newly developed regional escalation protocol, with occasions of patients being transported to less busy sites when some sites have had some particular periods of strain. I just want to touch on the work of our communications team, who have been incredibly busy and active over both waves, both internally and externally. And the slide here just shows some of the examples of that. Particularly for me, I found our communications team to be incredibly responsive to our declaration of the critical incident, and there was absolute media interest in that, and through the team we were able to capitalise, I believe, on getting key messages out to our community. From an internal perspective then, the WAS live sessions have continued. We've had very good, we've had a consistent release of weekly bulletins to our staff, and we've received very good feedback. I think even Darren mentioned it earlier on in his piece around some of the action cards that we've been able to provide to our teams to help. In relation to staff welfare, because of the pandemic, we've not been able to do some of the historic or previously the conventional things that we might have been able to have done. So we've had to think of some different approaches. We have had the winter concession deployed across hospitals to try and provide our staff with opportunity for some refreshment whilst they are waiting for patients to be offloaded and taken into emergency departments, as well as increasing again this year our pool car fleet to try and aid staff to relieve each other for break and end shift on time. And thankfully this year that included some 4x4 capability, which of course, given the recent weather, we really needed. That came in very handy, as well as the Red Cross initiative, which colleagues have already seen today. There's a long list here of staff welfare actions that have been deployed, and sometimes I think it's not until you sit down and seek to write them all down that you realise how much effort the teams have put into trying to do something and look after the well-being of our people. And as already has been mentioned, the People and Culture Committee next week will pick up more on planning for the ongoing mental well-being and impacts of long COVID. So my final couple of slides here is just a very quick update on the vaccination position. So it's been pleasing that all our staff have been offered access to vaccination, which is in line with the Welsh Government vaccination plan. And so far, around 68% of eligible and able frontline staff have had their first dose, and of course recognising in that there are some reasons why some staff can't have their first dose, particularly if they've recently been positive or they're in isolation. So there are going to be some very legitimate reasons for some staff not to have been able, and it's also good to have now see 45% of the volunteers that have been put forward have also been able to access their first dose. Now this has not been easy for our team, and just to sort of express perhaps why. Unfortunately, there's not a once for Wales approach, and of course being a service that spreads 7 health boards has meant almost 7 different ways of approach to this. The delivery team have done a fantastic job to connect in to health boards and to have clarity and on process and share that out with our staff. And lastly, the team has begun to turn their minds to an internal vaccination programme. So should this become available to us, I think we are attempting already to front foot exactly how that approach will be taken. So thank you, Chair. That concludes the presentation. I'm happy if there's any questions.
Thank you, Lee. Really zappy presentation, I think, brisk and very, very clear. And I'm glad you touched on vaccination at the end there and some of the staff welfare issues. Any questions from board members? Just checking we're all still here. People did come back from that break. I'm sure they did. Paul, I think you've appeared. Do you want to make a point?
I think, Lee, the presentation demonstrates the amount of pressure that everyone's been under over the last year. And when you put it all together, it's just huge. You know, we see the end result, i.e. the service operating as best it can. What you don't see is everything that's happened in the background, which you've detailed in the presentation. I think that makes it more important for us to recognise the need for refreshing post-COVID. So it'll be interesting next week when we have our People and Culture Committee, how we look to concentrate on the effect on staff to date and what is likely to be the recovery period, because it's such a huge amount of work and pressure that people have been under. And I think Nathan picked it up earlier. You know, we must congratulate everyone, and that's from the executive team down to our volunteers and everyone involved. The amount of work that you've just demonstrated is just phenomenal. So thank you for that, and look forward to the discussion next week on how we take this forward.
Thank you, Paul. That's very helpful. A couple of people put their hands up in the margin there, so I'll go to them and then come back to you, Emrys, if I may. So, Joga, I think you're next.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I just want to say a couple of comments first. The presentation was great. I'm glad that as an organisation we're being very proactive and dynamic in the way we're dealing with this, of lessons learned, putting those in place. So I think from a board perspective is really assuring that you guys are taking on board or proactively looking for lessons and taking on board those. So that's great to see. A couple of quick questions. First on the PPE. I know Jason mentioned in his report that with the IPC you are looking at the PPE and the way, if it's still appropriate with the changes in COVID and the different variations. So have we identified any issues? Are we comfortable with the PPE that it is still appropriate? There's nothing stock and there's no kind of time limits in the way it's got to be used. And the second question I had, I'll put them both to you and you can kind of take this with the vaccine. For our colleagues or our friends that are assisting us from other organizations, which is great to see, are they also being offered this vaccine as well? Great. Oh, I see Claire nodding there, so thank you. I think that one's been answered. Thanks, Lee. Thanks, Claire.
Okay, so I'll pick up the matter on PPE. So, I mean, throughout the pandemic, of course, and particularly more so in wave one, I think we'll all reflect back on the guidance and frequency of development, let's say, rather than change. But there was a lot of development in those very early days. Now, I think it's been very advantageous for us in the way I believe, has established our documentation framework. One of which is a dedicated IPC guidance document in relation to the COVID response. Now, I know that the IPC team have remained very connected because we have the AACE dedicated IPC group, and we've remained incredibly connected into that and been, I believe, very responsive to the developments in the IPC and PPE guidance. Now, I think generally the guidance has been much more stable in wave two. It's been simply a continuation really of where wave one landed. There hasn't been evidence really put forward that suggested or required an alteration to the PPE guidance. In terms of stocks, I think our move to the CorePro half face mask has been advantageous because it avoids the continual need for that fit testing. So if the FFP3 stocks released centrally is a different model, and I can say we've gone through a few different models, we've had to repeat that, and that's been logistically very challenging. So having had the positive feedback from the survey on the CorePro half face mask, actually providing staff their personal issue overall is going to help on stocks. We haven't ever got to the position when we've had no stock, and I think that's been good. There's been a few items where perhaps they've run low, but we have a good mechanism through the clinical logistics team to monitor stock, and we have good stock control, and we have been reporting through those stock items. Overall, of course, our PPE position with our staff has always supported individual clinical risk assessment, and ultimately, if the clinician has been of the view that the level of PPE required may extend from the guidance position, we've been supportive of that position.
Brilliant. Thank you, Lee.
Shall I come in just on the back of that then to follow on from what Lee was saying, Joga, in terms of the vaccination stuff? So just as I was nodding there, just to reassure you that yes, all our partners who are providing support to us on the front line in patient-facing roles have been offered the opportunity for a vaccination. That includes military, fire and rescue. That includes our students who are both providing shifts and also through the bank and also on clinical placement with us. So yes, we are making sure that we are trying to pick up and reach as many people as we possibly can where they are in those high risk type of roles. And pleased to say that even from Lee's report today, which was done last night, we're now at 70%, as I mentioned earlier. So it is creeping up day on day, and there is a bit of a lag because the data comes in from the different health boards and Velindre Trust, and that takes some time to come in, and it comes in lots of different formats. So I think it's, for me, particularly important to just, both acknowledge the work of the team, because as Lee said, they've worked incredibly hard, the vaccine delivery group, and we've acknowledged previously the role that Joe has played in that, but there are a number of people behind the scenes, in health, Nicola in health informatics, Baptiste in comms, who are critical to this project and are making sure that it all works very well behind the scenes for us. And I can't overemphasize really the importance of their contribution, and particularly Baptiste with communicating with staff, because that is how we're getting people to the appointments that they need to get to. So.
Thanks, Claire. Glad to see the take-up is in the right direction. So thanks, Claire. Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Lee.
Thank you, Jeremy. You did have your hand up, so I don't know whether you had a supplementary point before you disappear.
No, Martin, that was, I've managed to cover my point as well in that whole piece.
Brilliant. Multitasking, excellent. I'll go to Emrys then, if I may.
Thanks, Martin. Thanks, Lee. I think the presentation is really powerful, and it also demonstrates the way you and the team have been able to adapt to changes very quickly and I have to say effectively. My question is looking forward, because compliance with lockdowns, etc., was very good in the first stage. The second stage is less so. As vaccine rolls out, and given that it's going to take some months before that happens, there will be less compliance with lockdown rules, and it'll be difficult to understand who's been vaccinated and who hasn't. Have we got any thoughts of what impact that will have on us and how we can respond? And it's not something I expect a full answer on. It's just highlighting the fact that it's inevitable that it will happen.
Yes, Emrys, you're quite right, and the answer is both yes and no. Yes, the experts are considering all of those impacts. When we do receive data, we often receive it on a base of scenarios. And consideration is given to social compliance. But of course, the other aspect here as well is waiting to understand what the restrictions will continue to be. So in terms of our forecast, that's where we've had the great benefit with the forecasting and modelling group. So they are on tenterhooks awaiting the next release of predictions for us to then do some work with.
Great, thanks, Lee. Reassuring that we're all sort of expecting it and geared up to respond. Thank you.
Okay, we'll take one more question from Bethan and then go to a question asked in the margin, and I think we'll then wrap up if that's okay. Bethan.
Thank you, Chair. Emrys has just made my first comment in terms of not just your presentation showing how much work is going on behind the scenes, but also your ability to flex your approach. So as the pandemic has changed and things outside of our control have changed, you've clearly changed the way that we manage that, so well done for that. My question was around comment was around the vaccinations at the end. I'm really pleased to see that in your final comments you say that, you know, the team are already looking at how we could bring the vaccinations in-house longer term if that's an opportunity. I think that would be invaluable, because that gives us a far stronger opportunity with those staff who are not frontline but nevertheless carry out essential roles across WAST. So I'm very pleased to see we're already starting to plan for that. So thank you, Lee. Thank you, Chair.
It's probably worth Bethan just mentioning on that one. I mean, we are actively engaging with the national group and the Chief Operating Officer who's running some of that around the in-house delivery and our plans there. I mean, it will be important in terms of messaging to our staff to maintain consistency around the fact that those who've had their first dose with a particular health board will still continue to have their second dose with that health board. But you're right, what it does do then, if we can bring in-house, is enable us to target some of our harder to reach groups of staff, some of those that Lee talked about who are or have not been able to have the vaccine yet for health reasons or allergy reasons. And it will enable us to plan then for the rollout to the wider group of staff who are, you know, waiting at the moment to hear when they will be called forward in line with the JCVI prioritisation.
Thank you. I think we've got one question in the margin, which is a difficult question about fact that in our clinical contact centres there have been occurrences of COVID, regrettably. Just wonder whether Lee or Claire, whether you wish to say anything about the learning that we've had in dealing with those situations.
Yeah, I'm happy to respond. So I have to say, in terms of timeliness, our outbreak standard operating procedure came at the right moment. So it was developed while we've been in wave 2, and we've had to deploy that now to 3 outbreak control teams, 1 for Vantage Point House, 1 for the CCC 999 Centre, Clinical Contact Centre in the north, and also for the 111 Centre in the north. The answer to the question is it's probably too early for me to say what the learning is. So the outbreak control teams continue for the centres in north, although the rate of the infection rates we've not had any now, for a little while, which is a good sign. A business continuity incident was declared in relation to the CCC 999 Centre for the North, and I was actually pleased to see today that our strategic lead for that stood the incident down, and so that's good, and that's been a test of our business continuity arrangements, because there's not been an impact for our patients as a consequence. But as the outbreak control teams stand down, there will be the opportunity will be taken then to look back and understand any learning and benefits as a consequence.
Thank you. That's very straight and honest. Claire Roach, did you want to come in on this point?
The only thing I would add to that is that I think not only was the outbreak management standard operating procedure really helpful, but I think in terms of some positive learning, we will need to look at any other learning in terms of what we could do differently. But I think the establishment of an outbreak management team, an outbreak management lead, very, very clear roles and responsibilities in terms of leading it and managing it, strong infection prevention, control and health and safety membership of that team, and also the involvement of Public Health Wales on those outbreak management teams has certainly enabled us to have a really strong approach to it, I think, and I think that should be commended.
Thank you, Claire. I take it that was the point you came in for. Yeah, okay. Jason, I think the last word is with you on this.
Thanks, Martin. So thanks, Lee, for the presentation. I hope what the presentation seeks to do for the board, and indeed those listening today, is demonstrate the extent, the breadth and scope of the reconfiguration that we've had to deploy for the organisation over the last 12 months, because it is, it's a year now that we've been dealing with the pandemic, and we've got probably a few more months to run yet. There's just a couple of, points I want to make, is that whilst this has been a whole team, whole organisation effort, and there has been learning along the way, as you would expect, because none of us have lived through or worked through or planned for a pandemic before. The last real equivalent experience, public health, emergency that we had of this scale was back in 1918. So none of us have lived through it, and there isn't a playbook. We've approached this as a leadership team, as an organisation, of wanting to do and doing what we believe to be right with the information that was available to us at the time, with the best interests of our people and our patients in mind. And that's meant that along the way we've had to adjust, flex, change. What we've done is we've learned more and understood more, both from the guidance and the science, but also from our practical on the ground operational experience. So whilst it's been a whole team effort, every single person in the organisation has been touched by and responded magnificently to what we've needed to do in the pandemic. I think it is right to say that the burden of effort has probably been felt more acutely in the ops team, in terms of the complexity and the intensity of the work that they've needed to do to reconfigure our response to patients. I just want to, in saying thank you to everyone in the organisation, pay a particular mention to those which have felt that intensity and that complexity more acutely. Looking ahead, in my final comment on this, Martin, we've had a very difficult year, and solely focused pretty much on nothing else other than our pandemic response. With vaccines now widely available and uptake looking good, we are on the turn, with community prevalence coming down quite sharply now and consistently across Wales, and that will in the coming weeks, in the next few weeks, translate into less cases, less activity, less patients in hospital, and thankfully less deaths. And as we do that, we as an organisation need to take a period to pause for our people to recover, as we then get on to the future. So I think there's, it's been a difficult year, a difficult couple of months still to come, but as we get through that and probably beyond Easter and the spring, we will be into much brighter territory and back into kind of normal, if I can describe it like that, operating. But I think the presentation serves us well here just to demonstrate to us the complexity and the breadth of what's had to be done in responding to the pandemic, because it simply isn't about putting more trucks on the road or more people in our clinical contact centres. It's far more complex than that, and it's touched every team, every directorate and every person in the organisation.
Thank you, Jason. I very much endorse those comments, particularly about the huge efforts of the operational team, and wanted to add my thanks to you, Lee, for masterminding this Herculean effort across the piece. When you put it all together like that, it really is a vast and imagine very taxing activity. So we look forward to the pause, I think, that Jason alludes to. So thank you for that item. I'm conscious very much of time, and I'm going to be a bit brutal with the next section of the agenda, partly because two of the last three formal reports on the agenda are in a new format where we've got a summary S-bar at the front of the report, which highlights all the key salient points and the fact that scrutiny has occurred elsewhere outside the boardroom. So on that basis, we go into the financial report. Chris Turley, our finance director. I think the summary is excellent and it demonstrates, we're really on top of this. So I think we can really cut to the chase as to points by exception, unless you feel otherwise.
Oh, sorry, excuse me. Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon now, everybody. Absolutely, Martin. I was going to say very similarly. You've sort of said what I was going to say in terms of the new format, and I wasn't going to necessarily steal perhaps Keith's thunder in terms of sort of a further explanation on that quickly at some point. But as you say, we've had some discussions through our development sessions about reframing some of the summary detail that we bring through to board to sort of cut to the chase, as you say, in terms of what perhaps board members need to be aware of, which hopefully this version now starts to do, with an executive summary that does, as you say, sort of pull together and very crisply at the start and up front brings together the key issues and implications. But perhaps more than that on this one, it also talks as it does in terms of under a title of sort of report approval route, but it's a bit more than that. It sort of describes the bit more detailed conversation we clearly had on the financial performance for the organisation to the end of December 2020 at the Finance and Performance Committee on the 14th of January, which was by way of a presentation. So it wasn't by way of a paper this time because of the timing of the meeting, but we did have quite a detailed presentation and quite a detailed discussion on the key elements that are pulled through to this report here. So there's just one or two very, very quick points I want to make, which I think is important for the record. The key one of all, which is a very sort of important one in the sense of the way in which we've captured, reported, and couched any risk against the financial performance of the organisation throughout the whole of the financial year as a result of the pandemic, is that in this reporting period, the month-end reporting period, we did have through from Welsh Government the final written confirmation of that key financial plan and assumption we were making throughout the financial year, that the unavoidable additional costs that we've incurred as a result of COVID-19 will be funded to us in full. We've made that assumption. We've been assured by government and other colleagues, the Commissioner and others, that was a sound assumption. But of course, until it's in the bank, if you like, with a written confirmation, we've had to carry it as a low risk in our plan, which we've now removed from our sort of forecast position at the end of the year, because that risk has been removed because we've had that confirmation through. And the other thing that's allowed us to do, of course, then is that as board members will know, we hold a small contingency, obviously, for unforeseen events as we go through the year. We had to hold that until we had that confirmation, really. So that's allowed us to sort of release, well, it has allowed us to release on a non-recurrent basis some of that contingency now. And that's actually what's funded quite a bit of the some other aspects that you've seen through the board today, in terms of some of the developments that have been suggested, or some of the spend items that have come through. The volunteers uniform, for example, has allowed us a small funding source to support that for items of spend that we want to incur now and have been wanting to potentially incur for a little while on a non-recurrent basis, that isn't necessarily something that's directly as a result of the pandemic, and we've been able to badge against the funding in that way. So that's where we are. We're balanced. We've been balanced all financial year. We're heading for a balanced position with very low risks carrying forward. So the team are now moving into next financial year. And the only other thing I wanted to say really is that to support the conversation we had before the break around the development of the plan for next year, the annual plan, the 3-year plan from an IMTP type perspective. Clearly, we're heavily now at pace moving forward on the development of the underlying financial plan that will need to support that, with a couple of different and separate stage posts in with the Welsh Government finance colleagues and the financial delivery unit on again further sort of stage posts as we develop our balanced plan and reviews of that plan in a draft form over the next couple of weeks, alongside the touch points Rachel mentioned earlier with the Commissioner and other aspects of our plan that we need to ensure we finalise now a little bit later than we normally do, as everybody else has said around the planning cycle for this year. But as we move towards having a balanced financial plan and hopefully a detailed budget set to bring to the board in March. So it's brought today just on that basis, having been through, as I say, Finance Committee 2 weeks ago, for noting today, and also asking the board to formally note the monitoring return submissions that we make into Welsh Government as the appendices attached to this, which we're required to do by government from a governance perspective. And that's all I was going to say, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Good, great effort. But the new year begins quite soon, so it never stops, does it? I'm just going to quickly go to Emrys, who of course chaired the last Finance and Performance Committee, for any comments you have, and then take the presumption of then asking people to note the report.
Thank you, Martin. Yes, I think Chris has covered it all. We had a detailed presentation in the FMP committee. We had opportunity to challenge and question that. We were pleased to see that Welsh Government has supported our COVID spend, which is important, and we are now looking forward to seeing the plans at our next committee meeting for the coming year. So thank you for that.
We're happy. Thank you, Emrys. I'm going to take liberty there of saying, are people happy therefore to note the report as Chris has set out and the attached monitoring return, because this has been through the committee and rigorously scrutinised. Are we happy with that? Can't see nods, but I can feel the nods. Okay, good. Thank you, Chris. I mean, a non-discussion is a job well done, I think.
Thank you, Martin.
Excellent. I'm going to be similarly pressing on the performance report that follows, because this has also in part been through Finance and Performance Committee. We've obviously considered earlier the qualitative aspects as well, and touched on many of the wider system issues along the way in the meeting. So Rachel, over to you for this one in the same vein, if we could.
Thank you, Martin. Sorry, just getting myself off mute and with the video. So yeah, as you say, the majority of this report was received at the Finance Performance Committee at its last meeting. There are a couple of indicators that we didn't have at that point for the December data. So there's a couple that are slightly new, but as you mentioned, Finance Performance Committee went through the majority of this in some detail, you will see in the narrative report the kind of comments, the areas that they focused on. I think what I will just do is just to take people's attention to the, rather than the S bar, but just to flash through the appendix, which is the data items, and just to pick up, I guess, a couple of things which we may not have explicitly touched on earlier. And as you say, Martin, we have looked at a number of these areas in other parts of the agenda, but this report, I suppose, is the one that tries to bring together all aspects of operational quality performance into one place. So just to note, I think that in terms of the first slide, or one of the first slides there around RED performance, is just to note that obviously December we were unable to respond to people within the 65% of the RED target, and you'll see that a supplementary graph on that table which shows the variation between health boards, and there was a very wide variation between those. Only one who actually achieved the target, and the remainder who didn't. And so that remains an issue. And as we've talked about already today, there's issues about demand, and you can see the table there on RED demand was up in December. We know that our own capacity was affected by abstractions due to COVID, and we know that hospital handover delays meant we lost a lot of hours. So all of those things combined to make our RED response not very good. And similarly, in terms of our AMBER response times, and we've touched on those as they're a very major indicator of patient safety issues. So that was the slide on AMBER. As you mentioned, the patient safety report looks in detail at some of the quality indicators, such as serious adverse incidents. So I won't touch on those again. And we talked as well, as you mentioned, about handover hours. And you can see December was a very difficult month in terms of the number of hours we lost, but we've touched on that. One of the things that relate to that partially is one of our clinical indicators, which is in terms of our return of spontaneous circulation, ROSC. The committee picked up that there was further work that was required of us as an organisation to consider how we might improve our ROSC rates, accepting that it isn't something that is simply an ambulance issue. It's a system-wide issue, and so certainly as part of our IMTP this year, we'll be looking at some ways in which we might plan to improve that. I think that probably the one thing we just haven't focused on hugely still, although it's been acknowledged, is the sickness indicator. This is a very bald indicator. It's a one way of looking at sickness, but in terms of our sickness rate for December, you can see there it went above 10%, and that is a huge leap from very low sickness levels that we saw in the first wave of the pandemic back in June and July. And so that will undoubtedly affect the number of hours we're able to produce, and therefore the response we can give to patients in the community, but also it's a recognition, as we've said earlier, of the extreme pressure that staff are under. So I think that was something that just probably we needed to pull out. Just flashing through to a couple of the other slides then linked to that, on indicator 11, you'll see there's a little graph there around the abstraction rate, and that is linked really. So that's the number of operational staff who weren't able to do their shifts, some of them for sickness reasons, some because they're on alternative duty and that's gone up as part of COVID, and some because of specific COVID reasons, for example, self-isolating. So all adding to the picture. Good news, though, I did just want to flag up on indicator 12 and 13, which will be very much part of our ongoing strategy and our ambition for the service to do even more in this space. Is we have done extremely well on increasing the numbers of patients who is safely able to respond to on the telephone and to kind of close their call without having to send an ambulance. So we've gone above and beyond what was put in the what was said as a kind of a benchmark in our ORH demand and capacity review. And in fact, our conveyance rate to emergency departments in December was the lowest it's ever been. It went below 40% of all of the incidents that were called in to us as an organisation. So again, done some very good work, but we know strategically that's the direction of travel, and we want to do more in those spaces. I think in terms of 111, just to pull out, we haven't talked a huge amount about that today, but in terms of our ability to respond to patients in terms of their first call, We saw that the patient's stories at the beginning were talking about some patients who found it very difficult to get through, and you can see on indicator 15 that there were a lot of patients who abandoned the call and just gave up because the call wasn't being answered in time. That's an issue that we'll be working on. We're recruiting additional staff as we speak to get the call handler numbers up. And I think in terms of the clinical side of that service, which is where our clinicians ring back the patients after they've called, you can see again we did a great piece of work during the first wave of the pandemic, where we put additional clinicians into that space, and we were managing to ring people back. This is indicator 16 in a very timely way. That has fallen off again and again. As part of the work within the 111 service, we're looking at recruiting at the moment clinicians to make sure that we are able to ring people back and provide a timely service to them in that regard. NEPS, you can see there, we haven't had NEPS data for a while, but it's actually very good to see that in some of those patient experience indicators there, in terms of the ability to get patients to their appointments within a good time of their appointment slots, then actually we've made some really good improvements. But you'll see that activity levels have fallen off considerably as a result of health boards reducing the number of patients that they're bringing in for outpatients in particular. So the narrative gives a bit more detail on a lot of the actions we're taking in those regards, much of which has been touched on today. So hopefully that just gives you a quick run through there of the key issues. Thank you.
Interesting. I was ticking them off in my notes as you went, pretty much correlated to the areas that I sort of identified reading through. So very comprehensive report, and actually, as you rightly say, some good news in there, as well as the more difficult stuff, most of which is related to pandemic and the system pressure that we've alluded to. Probably, Emrys, if you wanted to comment from the point of the Finance and Performance Committee, anything you wanted to highlight, and then we'll see whether people have any other comments.
Thank you, Martin. Yes, I think the committee had a good look at the metrics and where we're going. The two significant areas of concern for us were RED performance and our ability to respond, and also then knock on 12-hour waits. We will have more detail on the RED performance and NED action in the Quest report. On the 12 hours, we did ask for some review of those over 12 hours and the impact on them, and in some of them being very long waits. Question really was a 999 call and still on the stack the right conclusion for those people. So other than that, yeah, content with Rachel's presentation.
So we in terms of long waits. Sorry, Rachel, you had an extra point there, I see in the notes.
Yes, I meant to bring that out just as part, it's in the narrative of the report, but just to say that Emrys, Paul and Martin Turner met with myself and my team a couple of weeks ago just to try to finalise these conversations about how we present this report, its purpose at board, how it's scrutinised and reviewed at subcommittee level. So we will be looking to have an updated report that comes through into the March board on the basis of those conversations.
Okay, yeah, thank you. So I think from the point of view I'm hearing is that the committee have gained assurance about the right areas being identified. They're following up on some of the key aspects, as Emrys has mentioned. The wider system pressure discussions we've had, I think, encompass the whole thing to a degree, don't they, in terms of seeking improvement. So I think we can take heart from that. Claire, I think Claire Vaughan, that is, you wanted to comment on the sickness absence piece, which of course has jumped up with the pandemic experience.
Yes, Martin, I thought it might be helpful just to give some reassurance. I mean, apart from that, we will again now next week at People and Culture Committee take a bit more of a closer look into this. We have been looking at the data because it is quite stark, isn't it, in terms of the impact of the second wave this time around. And I've looked at this graph includes sort of, this is about sickness with suspected COVID symptoms and sickness and symptomatic with COVID positive. So we have been looking at, if we take away all of the sort of the COVID related absence, what would our sickness perhaps have looked like, our non-COVID sickness, and that line is significantly below the green line. And is consistent. So it is really the COVID related absences that have almost doubled, both in terms of actual sickness and in terms of shielding and isolating, and people not being in work with that. And we've seen only a small increase in non-COVID related absences. More to do in digging underneath that and understanding it more, but at the moment that's what that is looking like, and we will of course have that conversation next week then in a bit more detail.
It's really helpful, very useful. Thank you. I think Jason, you wanted to come in. Maybe.
Yeah, just briefly on that final point, Martin. I mean, I agree with what Claire's just said. We need to run the conversation and look at the data in people and culture, as has been referred to a couple of times. But I suppose the point I just want to make is we shouldn't be surprised to see higher COVID-related absence in the second wave, simply because of our people are the community, and we've seen significantly higher community transmission rates in this wave compared to the first. I mean, if we think about where we got to at peak in the second wave, we had 4 of our local authority areas well over 1,400 cases per 100,000, and the average across Wales was touching 800 positive cases per 100,000. In wave 1, when we first started talking about this and when restrictions would go in as we were starting this, we were talking about cases of 25 per 100,000. So the scale of the order of magnitude of difference is material. And whilst it's right, we absolutely dig into the data and understand the trends and what it's telling us and how we can plan for the future and support our people. We just have to accept the fact that community prevalence has been so high in the second wave compared to the first that we are going to see more absence, either for shielding, for isolation, or for symptomatic absence as a feature of the fact that prevalence has been so high.
A very good point indeed, and Paul Holler there in the margin has linked that to the differential incidence of COVID by health board area, I think. So the point well made. So we've touched the surface to some degree with this report, but obviously covered quite a bit earlier. So Rachel, if you're happy, should we ask the board to, we've considered it quite clearly, receive the report at this point, if you're comfortable? I think that's a nod, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, fine, thank you. A lot of effort goes into it, I know, and it's sometimes dispiriting if you're on the presenting end for it to be received so quickly. I do understand that. But obviously we have a time constraint as well. So thank you for that, Rachel. Excellent report. And our final presented report, Keith Cox, our board secretary, is our risk management report, which of course is also in the US bar format, which you might want to mention.
Yes. Okay. Yes. This is the second report that's in a new executive summary style. I think Chris's paper was a better example of what that new style needs to do. But the idea being it's going to be punchy, it's going to make it very clear in 1 or 2 pages what the board need to do, what the key points are, and what scrutiny has been received elsewhere. So it'll be good to get feedback from that at a later point after the board. But like I say, we're just trialing it now to see how it goes in practice. This is the risk report. It's very similar to the one we did last board meeting. I got feedback that people quite liked a short, punchy table on where our risks are and what our key corporate risks are. So have done that again. You will see in the paper that the 2 main high scoring risks around handover delays and patients waiting in the community are still the highest scoring risks, and understandably so. Since the board last saw the risks, 2 have been reduced in score. That's around achieving financial balance and the impact of Brexit. And 2 new risks have come onto the risk register around the demand and capacity review and lack of compliance in health and safety around fit testing. So those are the real changes since you last saw it. All that, of course, reads across to the board assurance framework, which we circulated in a separate document. And in there, the risks then are matched to our strategic aims and contains much more detail around controls, mitigation and assurance. But since we're caretaking risks, this is a great opportunity for us to try and beef up and actually marry the risks with the board assurance framework so that it becomes a really good tool for the board. And we'll be working on various things as we're going forward to try and improve that and build on the excellent work that Claire Roach and the team have done in establishing a really good risk system. So the only other thing I would add, of course, now that the majority of committees now are receiving a governance update where we're reporting the risks relating to that committee to them. So risk is getting more scrutiny than it did previously at committee level as well. So that's worth bearing in mind. And of course, there'll be the end of the financial year where we'll be looking at our strategic aims and how we brigade all of that together. So lots to come in this area, but that's all I'll say for now. You're on mute, Martin.
It's the first time so far, isn't it? I thought a clear report, very helpful, and the risks felt right, given the discussions we've had. I did have a question, I'll jump in ahead of others, about the health and safety compliance with fit testing issue, which is, I think, one of the new risks added to the corporate register, isn't it? Just wonder whether there's any comment. It might be Claire Roach, I suspect, comment on that issue, because obviously health and safety sort of flashes up alarm bells when you see it in a report.
Yeah, thanks, Martin. I suppose just to give the board some assurance, you know, actually this is moving along at pace really, and particularly with the CorePro masks and the work that we're doing in terms of being able to secure a piece of kit that actually does that fit testing as well. So actually, while that risk is there at the moment, I'm quite confident that that risk will not stay there very long because of the work that is going on. And actually, when you think about where we are now with board and where this risk would have been assessed, you know, a little while ago, things obviously do have a bit of a lag time, and there is a lot of ongoing work at the moment. So I would anticipate that that risk would drop in terms of its scoring, in terms of the work that is currently underway.
Really helpful. That's the kind of assurance I like to hear. So we'll watch out for that next time. Thank you. Any other comments? I don't want to force a discussion that's not there. It's a developing tool, Keith, I think, fair to say, isn't it?
Yes,
okay.
It is.
Kind of draws it all together at the end. I think, given the report, that the silence, let's go to receiving the report if we can, if people are happy with that. Good piece of work. I like the clarity it provides. Emrys, are you happy? Yeah. Paul, is that to nod or to be happy? I think that's report received. Okay. Thank you. Right. So that's the last of the sort of significant formal reports. We now move into the sort of latter stage of the meeting where we endeavour at some speed, I guess, Estelle, to pick up some of the questions asked by our audience over the course of the meeting and questions submitted prior to. From what I think you hinted, we got quite a few, so we might have to move at considerable speed or consider taking some outside. So I'll be in your hands as far as that's concerned.
Thanks, Martin. I'll rattle through. First of all, just some acknowledgement from some of our viewers on Zoom and Facebook about the earlier experience stories from staff and patients. So Paul Morgan saying very powerful from Dean, and also Sally Ann Williams talking about very brave of Dean to talk in that fashion. So appreciate those comments. Also a comment from Councillor Gwyn John from the Vale of Glamorgan Council, who unfortunately couldn't stay with us to the end of the whole meeting, but did want the work of our staff to be acknowledged. He found it very moving, what he'd heard during the staff experience bit, and also would like to thank our crews and paramedics for the support they continue to give him and his wife. I think, if I remember correctly, I know Councillor John from many moons ago, and he's down in Llantwit Major. So thank you very much to Councillor John for those positive comments. I'll also pick up a question that we've had on a couple of occasions from one of our councillor colleagues in North Wales, and that's Councillor Trevor Lloyd-Hughes of Anglesey, who is particularly concerned that the 111 service remains at the moment only available for COVID in North Wales, and is interested to know the timeline for the rollout of the full service. So just to acknowledge that question and to say that we are looking with our partners on what we can do to expedite rollout in North Wales, and we are hoping we'll have more to say on that in the spring. So bear with us. And we'll come back on that one as soon as we can. Right, just to move to some of the substantive questions then, Chair, that we've had in. I'm just going to find those in my long list here of the ones and do them in the order. So we've got a couple of recruitment questions, which if I could, I'd pass to Claire Vaughan. One of them is a general question about will there be another recruitment window soon? So that's generally. And there is another question also about the recruitment of driving instructors, which has come from a member of our staff. So Claire, I wonder if I could ask you just to give a quick oversight on where we are with plans for recruitment.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Estelle. It feels as if we haven't stopped recruiting actually over the past 12 months, linked to our plans to increase our capacity and our staffing capacity within our EMS services, but also some of the work that we've been doing with our urgent care service and our non-emergency patient transport services. So I wouldn't say look out for a window particularly of recruitment. I think all of our jobs are advertised on the NHS jobs site. We are looking quite often and quite frequently for people, albeit we have a bit of cyclical recruitment when it comes to paramedics, qualified paramedics, and also trainee emergency technicians, which are linked to our training plans across the year. So we are at the moment aiming for one of our Big Bang events, probably sometime in April, late April, early May. We have an EMT, a trainee EMT course that has only recently started, and there will be another one later on this year, probably I think in around June time. So we'll be recruiting and opening adverts up for that in early spring. And I think there's another one then later planned, probably around the October, November time for some further recruitment activity there. So I really would just encourage people to follow us on social media, follow the Welsh Ambulance Twitter account there, follow us on Facebook, where we will also advertise, and follow us then and keep checking on to NHS Jobs for the adverts that go out there. In terms of driving instructors, which is a really interesting question, let me just say that it is absolutely in our plans. We hope to be able to increase our capacity of in-house driving instructors to help us to deliver the increased growth that we need. So we don't have a specific timeline on that at the moment, though. It is likely to be later this year because it is a substantial piece of training that goes on in the training school to become a driving instructor, and it takes several weeks and months to do that, and we're just bringing to a conclusion those that we started last year, successfully concluding those. So it will be something that we will advertise internally when we get the opportunity, but it will not be in the next couple of weeks. So again, watch this space. And I know that Craig has very helpfully reminded me also that actually we are seeing a significant amount of recruitment in our 111 teams and in that space as well, the call handlers, and also in our CCCs. So activity across the board. Just please keep following us on Facebook, social media, and NHS Jobs, and those jobs will be where you will see them and be able to apply.
Thanks, Claire. Sorry to put you on the spot, and I'm conscious I've probably got a horrible echo here now. But we also have another question which may fall into your remit, and that is around vaccination of staff who work for sort of third-party ambulance companies, particularly those who support our NEPS teams. So we've got a question here about, you know, those third-party ambulance companies which are doing the same job as NEPS. What timeline will we get for the vaccine?
Okay, I mean, it's an interesting question, and probably one that we need I would encourage whoever put the question in to get in touch with either myself or Joe Kelso, who's the lead for the vaccine delivery group, directly, because my understanding is that we are already seeking to get these people vaccinated. So third-party providers who are providing frontline services to us are already within our numbers where we know about them. So if there is a concern from either a particular company or a particular individual who has not yet been contacted around getting their vaccination, then I would urge them to get in touch directly with me, and then we can have a look into that and why that is, because they should be receiving the messages around vaccination appointments in clinics if they're not already doing so.
Thank you, Claire. The next question is an operational question, and I'm conscious Lee unfortunately has to drop out of the call for a pandemic meeting, and that is around the use of the fire service in supporting our work. So what I'm going to suggest is the person who's posed that question, we will seek to contact you with regard to that and answer it offline, because I'm conscious of time and I'm conscious that Lee isn't here to answer it, so probably better that we do that way, if that's okay. Moving through then to the next questions that we have, and I'm just scrolling down. We've had a couple of comments about ongoing challenges at the Grange, which I think we're all fully aware of, although I gather it has slightly improved of late. And again, Ops not here to comment on that. And also a very positive comment about the use of pool cars, which I think Lee alluded to in his presentation, and a member of staff commenting that they've been good to get staff off shift on time. Right, we've got a question here about the basics schemes. Now, this could be in Ops and it could be in the medical director. So, Brendan, if you're still with us, Brendan, I'm going to throw this your way, if I may, and that is, are Welsh Basics schemes included in the REAP demand plans?
Hi, Estelle. Yeah, so the basic schemes are comprised of volunteers that support the operational model. We've just actually taken a paper to the executive team around how we're going to link in with the basic schemes going forward, which would include the volunteers making themselves available for set periods of time. So from that perspective, yes, it will mean that the operations team will be able to review the availability of the basic schemes, irrespective really of the REAP system. So we are putting forward something to improve the connection with the basic schemes, and hopefully we will be able to get more productivity as we divert the correct calls towards our basics volunteers.
Thanks, Brendan. Here's another one for you, Claire Vaughan. You're very popular this afternoon, and this is from Kev O'Connor and relates to staff health and well-being. And he's asked, why can't WAS stations have health facilities such as quiet rooms and gyms like the police and the fire service? Surely the longer-term health benefits will offset the initial costs, especially given that sickness costs can be quite substantial.
Okay, thanks, Estelle. And it's a great question from Kev, isn't it, in that respect? And I'm probably going to look to my colleague, Mr. Turley, from a capital and estates perspective as well. But just to reassure that we recognise the importance of creating these kind of spaces in our stations, whether they be gym, or for use for meditation and well-being spaces, or even not forgetting green space outside and the importance of that. And you'll find all of that kind of as a theme reinforced in our recently approved wellbeing strategy. I think it's not something that we're just going to be able to switch on straight away, given our estate, and it needs to be built into some of our thinking and planning across our future estate strategy, which I know that it is. I'm reassured that the teams are aware of that from a sustainability perspective as well. Chris will comment on that, but it's something that I would really like to see also as we go forward. And also how we are also sharing, where we are sharing space and gyms, making sure that that's in our future world post-COVID, when we're allowed to use gyms and share spaces again with our colleagues on stations, then we can do that effectively and maximise the use of that. Chris, I don't know if you want
to
just
thanks Claire. Just to add to that, just to reiterate actually what you've said, I think in terms of, you know, that is very much in our plans. As you say, it's unfortunately from a state's perspective not something we can, you know, turn around overnight. It is where we're able to. A lot of the sites we've got, it is purely an issue of space. Physical space to be able to create in those facilities. Where we have had more recent investment and space and facilities created, we are bringing that into our plans. For example, there are quiet rooms and a small gym facility planned for the new Cardiff ambulance station and MRD being currently constructed. And where possible, we look to build that into our plans going forward. As Claire says, it's a good point about the cost. I'm not actually, you know, sure it is necessarily a cost issue as such, because, as I say, it's a recognised, you know, sort of benefit from a staff welfare perspective. But as Claire said, not just the gym bit of it or the physical exercise bit of it necessarily, but some of the outside spaces, the green spaces, the sustainability agenda. There's a lot of support nationally through government and elsewhere, and, you know, with some funding support coming to support some of that. So it's not necessarily a money issue as such. It's a time issue, it's a capacity issue, it's a physical space issue amongst a number of our sites. But as we look to further modernise as many as we can, as quickly as we can, in response to other pressures that we've got, and we need to do so, not least the demand and capacity review we've talked about at length again today, the first couple of years of that. You know, as we increase our numbers, we're going to need more physical space and capacity and accommodation to house increasing numbers of staff. So we will look to try and bake as much of that in to those plans to deliver them as quickly as we can.
Thanks, Chris. And only one other comment, actually not a question, and that comes from Andrew Lewis, who's one of our CFRs. And he just comments on the military who are currently supporting us, as I think both Jason and Lee referred to in their various parts of the agenda. And that was great to see the 9th Regiment Royal Logistics Corps out, that we were training in Chippenham. He was out with the CFR on Sunday and backed up by a paramedic and one of the regiments. So thank you, Andrew, for giving up your Sunday to volunteer as a CFR. And hopefully you were interested in Lee's conversation about CFR uniforms earlier. And on that, Martin, I think that's it. So back to you.
Thank you, Estelle. You've ably steered through the rocks there of the complex set of questions. Good to see so many. Very good to run through those. Okay, so that takes us into consent items. I think there's a clue in the word consent. In other words, we hope to breeze through fairly quickly. We move first into procedural matters. Keith, I look to you to help me out if I go adrift with this. So first up, I think it's the minutes of the open board on the 26th of November to approve. I'm not going to go through them by page. So on block, I'll take them. Are there any points of accuracy? Okay, are we happy to agree those then? I see a nod from Emrys. Nobody else has come forward with any comments. So it's a bit like an auction, going, gone. Okay, I'll take those minutes then as approved. Then we move on to matters arising not covered on the agenda. And Keith, I think you were going to pick up the action log for me. There were 2 items on there, weren't there? You're on mute, Keith, I think.
Yes, there are. There's 2 items outstanding. Action number 32, which is a long-standing item. It's about us identifying actions around the Amber review, which are within our gift to respond to, and those that are with other organisations. And I think that won't be resolved until we get back to our normal reporting mechanisms. So I think that's going to be sitting there for a little while, unless Rachel tells me otherwise.
Could I just come in, Martin, if possible, on that? As I think probably my reflection is that this arose from, if you remember, this is some time ago now, reports from the Amber review, and we were talking about things we'd done, and as you say, Keith, it became clear that there were things that we couldn't influence, or that we couldn't change ourselves. My personal view is we won't be talking about the Amber review in that way again. We've moved on. We've got the ministerial task force, and I do think that the reports that we put forward in terms of performance, certainly, and the ones in terms of patient safety, very clearly do articulate the things that are within our gift and the things that are system-wide issues, and we talked a lot about that today, haven't we? So personally, I think we do have a real sense as a board now of the things that are in our control, the things that we can't control fully, but which we're engaged in and we seek to influence. So personally, I think that probably we moved past that time, and we can close that one down.
Okay, I don't disagree with that.
I look to you, Keith and Rachel, then to review the action log accordingly on the basis of what you've said.
Okay, will do. And the last one then, action 39, which is about including themes and learning in the patient safety highlight report. And we heard from Claire earlier, and I think that action should be closed. I think the highlight reports had lots of things in there about the themes, and certainly in the annex with the learning. So if the board agree, we will close that one as well.
Any reflections? Are people happy with that? I think we can see very clearly the direction of travel in the reporting.
Yeah, happy.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Shout doesn't go amiss, that's good. Okay, then Keith, back to you then. That's the action log complete, I assume.
Yes, it is. That's the action log. So there's only two other items then within the procedural matters, is to note that the fact that the seal has been used on a couple of occasions, and that's mostly around our renewal of leases and things. And also then the committee structure and the non-executive directors' membership of those committees. I think that's been well circulated, but it's come in here for formal noting and approval.
Okay, and within that, obviously Emrys has now assumed the chairmanship of Finance and Performance Committee, and Beth Ann is picking up chairmanship of Quest from the next meeting.
Yes, yes, of course.
Are we happy to endorse that network of committee membership, bearing in mind we are one non-executive light, and we've accounted for that in the way we've allocated people, with I think one space on finance and performance being filled by rotation, and charitable funds running with one less member temporarily. So are we happy with that? Okay, good, thank you.
Okay, and I think that completes the procedural matters.
Yeah, so we then go on to, thanks Keith, the committee reports, which are in SBAR format for each committee. I guess probably the logical thing would be just to go to each chair as to whether they wish to highlight anything from those reports, which we can take as read, that we haven't covered during the course of the meeting. So, Emrys, the floor is yours for the first one.
Yes, thank you, Martin. I had 6 points. 5 of those have already been covered, so I don't want to rehearse those. I think the 6th point we wanted to raise was that the committee was pleased with the assurance framework and the risks associated with the committee. And then the second point is the audit tracker. We were content with the way it's presented with Julie. and we did a deep dive into overdue high priority audit recommendations. And we were pleased to note that they've either some of them been completed already or will be due for completion reasonably shortly towards the end of the financial year. We will continue to do deep dives on these as they move forward. So I think for the first time we'll do some follow-up on audit trackers and try and chase through some improvement. So that concludes the F&P summary. The paper's there, as you said. If I take the next one, which is Quest, a lot of paperwork there, a lot of subjects covered. I think out of that, I want to raise two. One is the quality strategy. Claire and the team are working on that. We've had a brief overview of it, but we're looking forward to that coming probably to the next Quest and then on to board subsequently. So the other thing that I wanted to cover, and I mentioned earlier on, and it's also included in the risks report from Keith, is that at Quest we had a very powerful patient story on the impact of ambulance delays. We had a number of staff comments on the subject, and we also had a deep dive review with Claire and Lee on risks 223 and 224, and that's our ability to respond and to meet with patients. At that committee meeting, as a team of NEDs, we were concerned with the situation and felt that we needed to escalate. We needed to do that outside of WAST as independent members, and subsequently we raised the issue with yourself, and you have taken action on that. We will see an SBAR at the next Quest meeting, which will cover that so that it's closed in an official manner. So unless there's any questions, I think those are the two key points from Quest I want to raise.
Well, thank you, Emrys, for doubling up there. Obviously, that moves across to Beth Ann next time. And in terms of escalation on the issues you highlighted, Quest to me, yes, and we had two meetings subsequently as non-executives to discuss. And I wrote to the Minister, as I indicated at the meeting, highlighted some of the issues around handover delay and our ability to respond. And a lot of that is also being parallel progressed by Jason through discussions with our commissioners. So it's gone up the line, so to speak. I appreciate that. And Claire, you've made a point in the margin there that the quality strategy, of course, is coming to Quest next time around in April for approval. So we look forward to that. So thank you, Emrys. I think we can take a lot of assurance from those two reports. So if we're happy I'll move on to the third committee, which is Audit Committee. No pressure, Martin Turner. Obviously, you've only recently assumed the chairmanship, and I think Pam was probably in the chair at the time of the report. But I'll look to you for a steer on this.
No, you're absolutely right. I haven't chaired my first meeting since Pam retired. But just to say that you heard earlier, we've got the All Wales audit report and the detailed plan coming to the next meeting. I also have an All Wales audit chairman's meeting coming up in a couple of weeks. I'm not sure how that functions, so obviously I'll report back if there's anything of significance from that meeting. But suffice to say, you know, it is a successful meeting that I'm taking over from. It's quite a prominent committee for the trust board, and it normally has quite a lengthy agenda to go through. So hopefully you'll see something from at our next trust board meeting following my the first audit committee, which I think is next month as well.
Yeah, thank you. I do appreciate that, because Pam Hall chaired the last meeting in December, I think it was, wasn't it? Before
in December, yeah.
Before she departed. And it's obviously a very well established and functioning committee. So we look forward to your first report next time in that case.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on then to committee minutes if we can. Now, I'm not going to go through these. These have been approved by the respective committees. So could we take those on block as approved?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, thank you for the odd yes, that's very helpful. Each minutes are there for noting, they're not for us to agree. We've agreed some time back that we would take those at each meeting because they are our commissioners, so they're there for reference, which brings me therefore to any other business. And we do have 2 items that one of which I was forewarned of in advance. One, which is, Estelle, I think you have an item of any other business regarding university status, and I had 1 item to close.
Yes, I'll make it really brief, Martin, because I'm conscious of time. So board members will be aware that we've been toying with the issue of submitting an application for university trust status for a number of years now, and that remit has recently fallen to me following significant work by Claire Vaughan's team over the years. To cut an extremely long story short, we now have an opportunity to submit an indicative sort of I suppose, gap analysis of where we are in terms of university trust status, how we would measure up were we to submit a formal application. And we can do that initial assessment and submit it to Welsh Government at the beginning of March, for then review by a panel, which would involve a small group of us, probably myself, Keith and Kevin as chair of the Academic Partnerships Committee, to appear in front of a panel of Welsh Government colleagues just to talk through where we think we are against a set of criteria set by Welsh Government for such applications. I simply wanted to apprise board of this and to suggest that while this isn't a formal application for university trust status, that would come later, probably in September, all things being equal, that it might be a useful exercise for us to pull together that initial assessment, do that piece of work with Welsh Government, and then come back to board with the feedback from Welsh Government and a more refined submission for later in the year. So I've spoken to Keith and Kevin. We are quite comfortable, as is Jason, with that approach. I just wanted to sense check that there are no antibodies from other colleagues around the board table before I crack on and do that, recognising that they probably need it in Welsh Government early March, which militates against me bringing it to the March board, but would allow me to circulate it beforehand just for any refinement. But bearing in mind, it is simply an assessment of where we think we are and what gaps we might need to fill and what opportunities and challenges we might have to get that feedback from Welsh Government. So that was that, Martin. I'm happy to take any comments offline probably now, I think, if given the time.
Yeah, it sounds like a very sensible and helpful way forward, doesn't it? It gives us some forewarning of what's to come, dress rehearsal almost from what you've described, so that's really helpful. So unless there's comment from anybody on the floor there, Keith or Kevin, I'm not seeking it if people are comfortable. Okay, we'll take that as the way forward. I saw Paul's name flash up there, but I don't think he's raising a question. Was that a comment, Paul Hollard?
No, just to say I would support the proposed way forward. That's fine by me. Thank you.
Yeah, good. Thank you for that. So, Estelle, I think that's an endorsement. Okay, thank you for that item. And the last item from me, briefly, you'll be aware if you're a board member that Craig Brown, who is here today, has been on an interim basis a trade union partner representative on the board for some months, and has made an excellent contribution to board business, both in full board meetings and also in a number of our committees, for which we're very grateful. But I don't think I hope not to embarrass you, Craig, by saying, if you're still there, that my understanding is you have a secondment opportunity shortly coming up, which very much changes the workplace situation for you, a management role ahead, and that reluctantly, in view of that, not spreading yourself too thinly, you will have to step down as an interim trade union partner on the board. So I just wanted to thank you for your excellent contributions over the past few months. Wish you well in the secondment, and to say, do keep in touch, because your views, particularly around the 111 service, are always very helpful and incisive, and that's obviously an important area of development for the trust in the future. So do keep in touch with us, even though you've stepped down. And I can see thank yous coming in from colleagues on the board as well. So that's all I had by way of any other business. That brings us to the end of proceedings, with an apology from me for overrunning by some 35 minutes. I think looking back, we can see exactly how that came about, because we had a huge amount to cover. And I think the dwelling upon staff experiences during the pandemic was very necessary and important experience for us as a board to actually feel the reality of life out, delivering a service during these difficult times. So I hope you found that useful, and also indeed the rest of the meeting. A reminder that we will be convening again not so far away. I think from my calendar, the next board meeting is on the 25th of March, which will be a Thursday, and obviously we'll send a notice out for that. So if you've enjoyed today as an audience member, then look forward hopefully to seeing you in a couple of months' time. So thank you to all of you who've presented today for the reports. Hope you found it a valuable meeting, and look forward to meeting next time. I think it's probably a time to wave at the end of a lengthy morning. Thank you all for your participation. See you all soon.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye now.
Thank you.